Let's do the thing. The continue button is lit up. That's so nice. I can just press continue. What luxury. Alright, here we are in Haoi. Hard to shake off the walled city. Yeah. It's the next morning, and we have some missions that we can take. So I guess we go take an mission and see what happens as a result. Oh man, just immediately into gameplay. We're not doing Shadowrun visual novel. We get to go fight something, maybe. Maybe. Unclear. I do want to point out that if the opportunity presents itself, I will be talking my way out of as many fights as possible. However, in some cases you just gotta fight, right? There's only so much you can do about it. Alright, so jobs. I've got 2 active jobs, and 1 job I haven't decided on whether or not I care about. Should we start with taking out a serial killer? For the Wampoans? Do I like the Wampoans? Unclear if I like the Wampoans. Maximum Law is certainly a character. I might be willing to do something for Max Law. Senna immediately hits me with the "oh man, that mission." Alright. Alright, so we gotta talk to Max about Wampoans. And then get to Wampoa Garden and talk to the elders. Lie, cheat, and steal if you have to. Okay. Let's go. We're gonna lie, cheat, and steal, and, this running animation. Unbelievable, this running animation. It works out a lot better when he's actually running. But to play the same running animation when he's walking is just, like, very weird. Alright, let's chat. What's up, man? Tell me about Wampoa. Yo, you're back. I probably got what you need. Just remember, you're in Wampoa here. Alright, Max. Tell me about Wampoa. We're pretty much the best, yo. What do you want to know? On the list of things that are unforgivable, the yo at the end of Max Law's sentence. Alright, I guess top to bottom. Like, you don't do that, yo. It's a problem. Just tell me about the tribe generally. Who are you guys? Law smirks. You really are new to the Kong, aren't you? The Kong? Like it's a jungle? We're the Neo Matrix Collective. We run the Hong Kong Data Haven and the Kong Shadow Nets. We are the Kong Shadow Nets. Outside the corporate nets is the rest of the Kong, and in those shadows, you will find threads of golden light, like a vast spider web that carry information. Those golden threads and that web is Wampoa. This is a lot. Max Law waxing poetic. It's not a jungle without a donkey in front of it. Again with the virile nods? Who the hell nods virilely? My buddy Redstorm wrote that. Pretty wicked, huh? Yeah, my dude. Very wicked. Anyway, we're bleeding edge on the path to the singularity. We're doing things no one else is doing anywhere. Except maybe Denver, Tokyo. Our homeland is the Matrix, and we're building a society of truth and expertise and information. Alright, buddy. Wicked cool? Probably. I wouldn't doubt it. I am more outspoken, yo. I don't need the meat space rituals. Modesty is inefficient. He shrugs dismissively. Is that a Wampoan thing? For those of us who are most dialed, maybe. We're post-cultural. Yeah, we don't need culture where we're going. Law sweeps his hand around, gesturing at the surroundings. I hardly see any of this meat space. Our meat space headquarters is a big 20th century ship that's totally awesome. Whatever. It's just meat space. Wampoa's bleeding edge on the path to becoming the Singularity. And in the Singularity, there's gonna be nothing but straight-up truth. Law punches his fist down at the ground, striking a majestic pose like a Tridio barbarian. Boom! Truth! You have really drank the Kool-Aid, buddy. We don't need no stinking culture. Post-culture is just like, how do you think you are talking to people? You are engaging in culture, my friend. Like, I don't want to be the, like, yet you engage in capitalism guy. But, like, how do you not be a part of a culture? Less obnoxious than the Schockfellenreiter guys in Berlin. I barely remember at this point. Yeah, I'd believe that. Max Law is obnoxious, but not in like a... No... I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this. Like, he's irritating, but it's like low-level irritating, right? It's not like meaningfully irritating. It's not like I have to put a stop to this. He's just being Max. And that's like, you know, whatever. He's a kid. He's like 8. Look at him. What's a Wampoan doing on Kindly's turf? Are you a liaison? What am I doing here? I'm an ambassador. I broker Wampoa's services to Haoi. Emissaries like me are all over the Kong, tying it together in an invisible network. Does Wampoa provide any technical services for Hong Kong's poor? Shall we ask the hard-hitting questions? What exactly are you doing for the people of Hong Kong that make up the majority of Hong Kong? Sure we do. We run pirate networks. Our services are way more than most ordinary people want, though. You can get prepaid bandwidth with a corporate carrier for fractions of a million, but you're selling your soul. They monitor it. If you want to operate unmonitored by corporate algorithms, you've got to fly through the Wampoan network. It's the only place to be. Okay, that's actually a fairly good answer. Oh, Devinock. So, you work with Kindly doing tech for the Yellow Lotus? Well, I do some work directly with Kindly, but my focus is more the street level. We're all part of a big machine, each piece playing its critical role. As is so with any highly evolved machine. Yeah, let's just... Okay, so these are some interesting options here, because I feel like I can actually make a decision with how I approach this conversation, which is not always the case, right? I can yes man him. I can, just indicate my tacit approval of what he's selling. I can ask a question that's designed to kind of dig at him. Just a little cog in the big machine, maybe kind of deliberately misunderstanding what he's saying. Or I can poke at him aggressively. I can just be like, so you're not a meaningful person. Is that what you're saying? I don't really feel the need to piss him off. Let's not bother. Exactly. That's why nobody messes with Wampoa. Boom! Again with the boom? The boom is probably more irritating than the yo. So Wampoans are coders and deckers for criminals. They're coders and deckers for everybody, is what I'm hearing. Alright, I want to ask about something else. I understand someone's killing your elders. His face goes grim. A red light blinks on the VR goggles. A lens whirs quietly, focusing in on you. He grinds his teeth audibly, radiating nervousness and intensity. Yeah, shit's crazy. Full-on medieval. I can't talk about it. It's a tribal matter. Controlled information, right? We're gonna solve it. It's all outsiders need to know. Well, this outsider kind of needs to know. Shit's crazy, yo. Exactly. I've been contracted to help the elders stop the murders. Wow. Really? We're pulling in outsiders? He shakes his head in disbelief. Wow. I should have seen that coming. The hell are you doing here? Go to the garden and help stop that shit. Then come back and tell me what's going on. Everybody's guessing. The elders are being quiet, and the rumor hub is going crazy. Outsiders don't understand us. Maybe you can, if you're really smart. We're in a whole different world than most people. Like, I'm seeing 3 streaming videos and live network stats in my goggles, right now. Time's wasting the lever. Law kicks one of the bins at his feet. The sea of electronic parts within it rattle loudly. You gonna buy something? Sure not. See you later, buddy. Yeah, whatever. Alright. Well, that's enough information for now, I think. So, let's go see what we can do with regards to Whampoa. I think I've spent as much money as I care to spend up until here. Head to Whampoa Garden. That's the space. That's the place. That's what we're doing. Alright, we have runners. In addition to your team, your fixer has access to a small network of mercenaries in the Kowloon area. These runners appear below your core team on the runner selection screen and can be hired on a mission-to-mission basis. Cool. As you complete missions, both your team members and the available mercenaries will periodically gain access to new equipment and abilities, etc., etc. Yeah. All good. So I think I'm not at the point where I can afford to not take Gobbet, unfortunately. But once I get to that point, once I have the actual spells on my character, instead of needing Gobbet for, like, heal support, then the team will eventually be Isabel, Ractor, and Duncan. Because we need a Decker, and we need some people who can knock people out. So the next question is, am I bringing Ractor or Duncan with me? Or am I hiring some rando? I don't think I'm hiring a rando. I think I'm sticking with the people I know and love. For some value of love. Gun show. Alright, yeah. I guess gun show. What a name. Alright, sure. Actually, you know what? I think I kind of have a handle on what Duncan can bring us. Let's find out how good this drone is. Come on, Ractor. We gotta find out what you're about. Whose kit is this? Is this me? I have a gun? How long have I had a gun? I don't think this is me. I don't know who this is. Oh, this must have been, Brent Shirley? Ah, this is Killuminati Alabrad. What a name. Killuminati? What a goddamn name! That's incredible. I wish I was that cool. Ractor Balmonte. I see where you're going with this. He doesn't have a whip, though. He does have a drone BNR kit? What the hell is this thing? Designed this tuning kit to remotely adjust Koshei's constants from afar. The hell does that mean? I guess we're going to find out. Alright. Good enough. Let's do it. About to travel to Whampoa Garden? I sure am. And we got our Decker with us. Outsider! Whampoa Garden, a carnival of chrome and neon, rife with every manner of technology and artifice one can imagine. The entire area has the feel of a night market, save that chips are sold in lieu of steamed buns, and vendors hawk the latest drones rather than folk art. Something stalks these streets, hiding just out of sight. It stalks the Whampoan elders, the leaders of the band of tech-savvy squatters that have claimed this neighborhood as their own. The streets smell of ozone and fear, and those Wampoans you pass in the MTR station have a haunted, furtive look in their eye. While the killer has struck only at the elders thus far, it may only be a matter of time before ordinary residents are menaced as well. Travar Balmonte. Yeah, absolutely. That sounds about right. Alright, what do I have? Secure clothing. I could have gotten better clothing before we ran out here. That was the thing I could have gotten, and apparently did not. Alright, maybe some other time. I do have that extra charisma bonus, though. Alright. Yeah, I guess we're good. As good as it gets. Not really anything I can change here. Unless I wanted to give away some of my stuff. Which, not really. Objective added. Meet with the Wampoan elders. The streets of Wampoa Garden are slick with rain, glittering under the neon glow of myriad signs and holographic displays. The sky reflects the same glow, painting the white apartment blocks the sickly orange of sodium streetlights. The smell of grilling meat mingles with other rarer scents, ozone, engine oil, and high-tech fabrication facilities. Despite the hour, there are plenty of people out and about. You can hear the calls of street vendors and touts. Touts? Toots? What the hell is this? Urging people into their stores. I guess tout. Wait. Yeah, that's gotta be tout. Like, people hawking their wares, right? People urging you to try out this particular product. Sure. It's a Britishism? Goddamn Brits. Constantly trying to force their language on other people. Isabel wrinkles her nose, scowling darkly. She wraps her arms tightly around her chest, staring off into the distance. Is there a word for feeling nostalgic for a place you can't wait to leave again? I don't miss this place, but I miss the feelings I had when I lived here. What the hell is... Okay, I have never run into this word before. Saudade? A feeling of longing, melancholy, or nostalgia that is supposedly characteristic of the Portuguese or Brazilian temperament. Wow. Poetic and racist. Amazing. Oh, if it's actually from Portuguese, it's probably not racist. But, that's... I guess I'm going to be racist here for a second. That's very French for a Portuguese word. I would not expect our boy Jim here. I would not expect the lever to know any Portuguese. Not that I know of. Isabel sighs heavily. This place seemed like heaven after the walled city. Like the whole world had unfurled in front of me, and anywhere I turned there was the promise of a good life. Turned out this place was just as crappy as everywhere else. Everyone was still in it for themselves. Portuguese is the language of Brazil, not Spanish. Sure. I get it. I understand. When you're talking in Portuguese, you're talking about Brazil. I understand. In Portugal, they just speak Spanish, right? Maybe that's wrong. I don't know. Gobbet claps a hand on Isabel's shoulder, who flinches and pulls away. Oh, what if I hadn't brought Gobbet? Would this be a different dialogue? That's a great life lesson, I'm serious. At the end of the day, life's a raw deal. You got yourself, handful of friends. That's it. Nothing else. Oh, yeah, okay. So this is unique to every character I brought. If I had brought Duncan, we'd get a Duncan screen here instead of a Raptor screen. Sure. They get real mad about Spanish there? Really? Okay. I clearly don't know what the landscape looks like. Oh, what voice was I giving Raptor? He felt kind of Dracula to me, didn't he? A curious philosophy, Gobbet. Certainly no objective meaning can be applied to the human experience, but the sum total of culture and progress since the time of Homo erectus has shown that humans are capable of self-organizing into beneficial... Boring! Gobbet makes a show of yawning very loudly toward Raptor. He is Russian? Don't let that stop me. Oh, he's Russian. That's right. That's right. So I think I was doing a little bit of that in my accent, but not like a lot. I made him sound kind of German. Okay. I will try and remember that next time he speaks. Isabel turns toward you and points down the street to your left. We're looking for the Wampoan elders. They're gonna be in the Wampoa itself. That's the big ship down the street. That's the mall shaped like a boat, right? Isabel nods, lips pursed. That's the one. Somebody thought it would be clever to make a uniquely shaped mall. Alright, what are we looking at here? I can go this way. Is there other stuff to see and do here? Like, if I went over here, is there anybody to talk to? Don't want anyone to go inside without their permission. Must be pretty bad. It's been all cut up. Oh no. Don't feel safe here anymore. Oh look, there's totally stuff out here. The streets are dangerous lately. That's probably true. Huh, lots of territory here out in the Wampoa. When Europe was colonizing the New World, Spain and Portugal agreed. They drew a line of longitude, and everything east was Portugal's, and everything west was Spain's. Oh. Yes, this is some South American history that I am, not previously privy to. This looks like a person I need to talk to. Elder Ng. That's how you pronounce that, right? This orc woman is festooned with small circuits, tiny trid screens and speakers. The trid screens display snippets of trid broadcasts from every corner of the world. The tiny speakers play counterpoint with a susurrus of voices speaking Sperathiel, Punjabi, Kazakh, and other languages. Her expression is haggard, and she fidgets with her fingers as you approach. Welcome. Welcome to the Wampoa, my friend. I am Elder and these are Elders Tang and Ip. I don't know that I can keep this going, but I'm going to try. Gestures to the elf and human, who each incline their heads respectfully. Thank you so much for answering our request for help. We had nowhere else to turn. It's the least I could do. Under Tang's skin, glowing tattoos writhe and change shape. Tigers become cranes and move on to dragons. We are under threat. One by one, we elders are being hunted by some monster. As you may have noticed when you arrived, there's been another killing just tonight. Ip crosses his solid chrome arms. Dope! He's like Jax, huh? Holographic readouts dance constantly over their surface, displaying diagnostic information about their state. Operating temperature, servo pressure, and a variety of other minutiae. He looks past you, toward Isabel. The prodigal daughter returned once more. I didn't expect to see you back aboard the Wampoa in my lifetime, Isabel. When you disappeared, Elder Yetunde was very put out. I'm glad you're still alive. When you choose to walk your own path, I was disappointed, but I still understand why you had to leave. Ip pauses, tasting the air as he chooses his next words with care. I hope my lessons have helped you prosper. Didn't expect to be back either. Work takes you places, though. Isabel shrugs. A moment later, she places a hand on her pistol. Eyes trained her on the Ip's shoes. On the Ip's shoes. On the Ip... Okay. Eyes trained on the Ip's shoes. Sure. I don't cart this around for fun, Ip. The lessons kept me alive. Isabel blinks several times, then looks up at her expression clouded. Where is Yetunde anyway? I expected her to be here. Yetunde is definitely the most recent kill target. She shakes her head sadly. She reaches out a hand toward Isabel, who shrinks away from it. She's dead. So are Gan and Nakamura. And Tong was killed just tonight. So much blood. You have to stop this from continuing. Isabel's expression remains impassive, but her knuckles grow white as her hands ball up into fists. That's what we're here for. We'll stop the killings. Thank you, Isabel. Lifts a hand, wiping away tears from her eyes. Alright, well, down the whole list, right? Starting at the top. What can you tell me about the murders? They started 2 weeks ago. The first to go was Gan. We found him in his apartment, eviscerated. Swallows, grimacing at the painful memory. It messed with the flow. It's not like I could figure out. Even now, I still don't know what it was trying to say there. Alright? I feel like something was lost in the translation, which is why I got distracted by it. If I can, like, skip by it without, they add, like, if it's obvious what they meant to say, then that's easier to just not have my flow broken. But that was rough. He'd been torn apart. His head had been ripped completely off, and most of his skin flayed away. There was so much blood it took us a week to clean out his apartment. Tang nods, running his palm over his forehead. The rest have been the same. Always at night, always dismembered. Each scene is like a nightmare. And every time, nobody has seen anything. It's like a ghost. Alright, what happened to Tong? We have some names here. Tang and Tong? The same thing that happened to the rest of the victims. Evisceration and dismemberment. We sent a guard to keep people out of his shop, but he let you in. When did he die? Sometime early tonight. He'd locked up his shop, but Ip stopped by to ask him about some skill chips he had. The door was unlocked, and inside... lifts her hand helplessly. She opens her mouth, but no words come out. Seeing Ng's inability to continue, Ip takes over. Inside looked like a bad horror sim, just like all the other murders. It had to have happened after sundown, because I saw his shop was open when I was on my way to get some noodles for dinner. Why didn't you call the police? Oh, Jim. So naive. The Hong Kong police force isn't welcome here. They've tried to force us out several times before, or come hunting for someone to pin a crime on. We do a lot of favors for local gangs and triads, handle their Matrix security, fix up their gear, and make sure they have access to the Hong Kong Shadowlands hub. We're too valuable a resource for them to lose, so they protect us when the HKPF or anyone else decides we're an easy target. They handle our physical security, and we make sure to send the message via the Matrix. Last time the HKPF made trouble, we started airing the Assistant Chief's dirty laundry over the Trid. They got the picture and backed off. Have you made any enemies lately? Probably no more than usual. Ng shrugs helplessly. Not that I can think of. We keep to ourselves. We buy and sell technology. We're not mercenaries or criminals, we're merchants and deckers. Even if someone was cheated in a deal, this kind of response is unthinkable. Whatever did this, it wasn't human. Violence and savagery. It's a monster, whatever it is. Plenty of metahumans are monsters too. Just because it's horrible doesn't mean it's supernatural. What do the elders do? Isabel snorts derisively. They make rules and kick people out who don't obey them. They're a bunch of petty tyrants, that's what. You're being unfair, Isabel. Our laws are for the good of the community. Tang turns to address you. We keep the Whampoa and its residents safe. We review trade agreements with outsiders to see if they're good for the community. We provide a guiding vision, like a town council. You people are really weird. No, it's fine. If you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything. I can respect that. I'm glad you understand. This community is fragile, and the authorities bear us a lot of ill will. A single misstep could spell our end. I am the invoker of sprites. I commune with the spirits of machines, ask them for blessings, and pass those blessings on to the people here. I heal the sick, and ensure the feng shui of our habitats is as good as it can be, given our confines. Swore a death oath on someone forgot about it before dinner was over. That sounds like me. She's a shaman, that's all. She's just got some kooky spin on it. Claims her totem is some kind of all-encompassing machine god that lives in circuitry. Isabel pats her deck, looking at Aang. Ancient gods and ancestors are one thing. My deck? It's mine. I built it. The only spirits it's got in it are the ESPs I loaded up with. Aang gives Isabel a look of deep sadness. Just because you cannot see or touch a thing does not mean that it does not exist. Just because you do not believe in it does not mean it does not protect you from afar. I can't touch programs either, but I can at least prove they have an effect on the physical world. Your superstitions are just that. Bullshit. Isabel glances at you, jerking a thumb toward Tang. This guy treats drones like they're living things. I mean, maybe him and Rapture will get along. What exactly do you do, Tang? Tang extends his arms, palms up. As you watch, the tattoos therein shift into a complex mathematical formula. I am the first and glorious servo. You're the what now? I'm starting to think Isabel's got the right take. I study patterns, repair machinery, and teach others how to attune themselves to the wonders of automation. The blessed Autofab is my shop and purview, where we make the drones we use and sell. Who's Crow? Yeah, I don't know anybody who's taken a bird totem. I don't think we have a crow right now. We could probably recruit a gypsy, though. Really? What a fascinating and spiritual spin on things. I have no idea what I was doing with his accent. I have completely lost the thread. Vaguely Russian? These guys remind you more of the Mads than the bots anyway. Yeah, that's fair. God, I almost want to bring up my my VOD from last week. And you know what? I'm just going to do that. I'm just going to bring up my VOD from last week and see if I can find, like, a clip of me talking in this guy's voice so I can figure out what the hell he was actually saying.
Me.
Here, hang on. Where was I talking to him? I went downstairs first, right? Yeah, there we go, there we go.
I'll believe it. I don't know. Still impressive. Good job. Perhaps when compared to the common man. But I've known a great many polyglots who can and do put me to shame.
Wow, my accent is atrocious, but I'll go with it. That's so... That's so put on. How could you have any respect for somebody who speaks like that? Or even fake speaking like that? I'm terrible. I don't know why. I don't know why nobody called me out on this. I'm calling me out on this. Alright. Whatever. They always say you are your own worst critic. Ridiculous voices are in fact ridiculous. I agree. Really? What a fascinating and spiritual spin on things. I'd be interested in hearing more about your philosophy, once we're done with the job. Think I may find your perspective to be very interesting. I figured that Raktor and Tang would get along. Although the spiritual part of it is questionable. Elder Ip. As for me, I serve as the resplendent voltage spike. Oh, now everybody's going to be Russian. I've completely lost it. There's no way of keeping it out from the rest of the voices. Sorry. Apologize in advance. Ip smiles crookedly. The resplendent voltage spike? Does everything have to be like a fancy gift from the gods? That means I shoot people who try to screw with us. It's a fancy title for head of security. Okay, that's a little better. It might be wise to ask the residents of Whampoa Garden if they've seen or heard anything after you've gone to Tong's sensory carnival. Sensory carnival. Are they secretly juggalos? I do not understand. Wow, this is just so, like, over the top. They may have seen or heard things we have not. Good to know. Alright, well, back out, I guess. Meet with the Bampone elders done. Investigate Tong's sensory carnival. And search for the killer. Alright, let's poke my head in all these various places and see if there's anything I can interact with. Can I go in here? I cannot go in there. Okay. What about in here? Anybody in here want to talk to me? No? Zero talkies? Nobody doing a talks? That one is pretty good out of context. You're not wrong. Alright, nothing's going on in here. Back out to Whampoa Garden, apparently. Ah, this must be the sensory carnival. Can't say I'm a fan of the idea. Oh, maybe now people will talk to me? Nobody's talking yet. Is there a way to make my character run everywhere? Instead of the, like, slow, fake walking that he does when I click on a location that's too close to him? Like, I can kind of, cheese the mechanic a little bit by always clicking past my destination to make sure that it's a long enough distance. But it's awkward. Porter Lamb at your service. The elders told me that you'd be coming. They tell you about what happened to Tong? Just the basics. Well, nothing's basic about this. I've seen people get shot, stabbed, beaten to death. Hell, I've even seen a corpse that was so dry and desiccated I could have sworn a vampire got to it. None of that's got anything on this. Brace yourself and go on in. Alright, well, brace yourselves, I guess. Tong's Sensory Carnival looks like a scene out of a B-grade slasher film. Slasher sim. Right, they don't have films here. The cloying scent of incense hangs thick and pungent in the air, emanating from the small shrine in the corner of the shop. Unfortunately, it does nothing to cover up the reek of death and clotted blood. Despite the ragged remnants of Elder Tong littering the floor, the rest of the shop appears to be in good order, at least at first glance. Nothing is broken, tipped over, or otherwise ransacked. As you're about to step further into the room, you glance at the ceiling and walls. The blood from Tong's body isn't just confined to where his remains lie. Drying blood is spread about the walls and the ceiling as well. What, like finger paints? Somebody was, being artistic out here? Bloody wall. The walls are covered in splattered and smeared blood, most of which is hardened into a crusty, congealed paste. Visceral. Thick tracks of it run laterally. Looks like the blood has been deliberately smeared. Yep, finger paints. Alright, we're after a, malicious 7-year-old. These blood patterns aren't natural, Lelever. The smearing here wasn't done by Tong. There's too much blood. The killer must have spread the blood across the walls deliberately. Trust our resident vampire to know about blood spatters. Why the hell would they do that? Perhaps they're like many serial killers. They see their actions as a ritual or as a work of art. The victim's body was the medium in which they were working. Or maybe they're just crazy. And I've seen a lot of crazy people in my life, but I've never seen anybody crazy enough to think they were going to make a Mona Lisa out of somebody's teeth and guts. Thank the heavens for that, too. Objective complete, is it? Tong's body is a ruined mess. The destroyed ruin of his face is barely recognizable. What is left of his body would be best described as savaged. All of his limbs have been torn off. A pile of flayed skin lies next to the remnants of the Wampoan Elder. A pile of flayed skin? Like, discarded? Like skin removed and then tossed to the side? Or like, folded? Was care taken here? The Wampoan's clothing has all but been reduced to rags and tissue by cuts and tears, apparently sustained during the flaying. Flayed with his clothes on, huh? At this point, the only thing holding what's left of his body into a semblance of human form is the hair-thin fiber optics of his cyberware. Gobbet puts a hand over her mouth, speaking in an uncharacteristically serious tone. Sweet heaven, the lever. I haven't seen anything like that since Auntie Wong tried to stash some cred sticks in a devil rat's nest. Takes a lot to turn my stomach, but we sure have a winner today. This is seriously messed up. Curious. The removal of the skin speaks to a deliberate pathology, some manner of serial killer. But the severed limbs seem much more savage. You'd have to be very strong to tear those off. Ractor gestures the body impassively. Look, parts of him are missing. It's very curious. Well, I like that he can do that, but I see yellow text here, so we're going to click on yellow text. We're going to do some astral stuff. Taking a deep breath, you allow your senses to expand into astral space. This is probably a mistake. We're probably letting in some eldritch being by taking down our walls and defenses that's going to cause some serious issues. Taking a deep breath, you allow your senses to expand into astral space. The colors of the room bleed away, replaced with the vibrant lights and emotions of the spirit world. Surprisingly, no emotions of fear or anger pervade the room. Oh, so he just died instantly before being able to be afraid, and whoever killed him wasn't feeling a whole lot. The abiding emotion the room is steeped in is one of perfunctory satisfaction, as if someone has accomplished an important task. It would seem likely that Tong was surprised. If he wasn't, it would be certain that you would feel lingering fear within the room. Whoa, really? Gobbet takes a moment to center herself and stares off into space. Shortly thereafter, she shakes her head and looks back at you. That's strange, the lever. You're right, though. He definitely didn't see it coming. Alright, Ractor, take a look. Ractor takes his time examining the body, taking small notes on his PDA. Curious. No subdermal bruising where the skin's been removed. No sign of a struggle. Coagulation of blood and lividity marks a time of death between 2 and 4 hours ago. The knife marks are methodical. The killer doesn't seem to have been interested in preserving the skin as any kind of whole. It was removed a bit like one fillets a fish, a path of least resistance. Some of these strips of skin have a more ragged edge than others. The ragged edge looks consistent with a claw rather than a blade. Ractor makes a curious noise as he examines the remnants of Tong's face and neck. Look at this dude, just going through the autopsy, like, note by note, no feelings, no empathy, no, like, disgust, just like, oh, interesting job this killer appears to have done. Like an artist appreciating somebody else's work. This does not make me feel better about Ractor. His neck's been severed between the 5th and 6th cervical vertebrae. Scoring across the bone indicates a bladed weapon, and a sharp one at that. Doesn't match any of the other wounds. Ractor stands and looks you directly in the eye. If I had to guess, I'd say he was killed with a blow to the back of the neck. Everything else was subsequent damage. Yep, that fits with what we have seen in the astral realm. He is same as Drone. Why would someone kill him and then skin him? Honestly, I have no idea. Perhaps whatever did the rest of the damage was secondary, an action of opportunity or the like. Without further information, I'm not comfortable guessing. Alright, well, I guess we've done what we're going to do here. What's back here, though? Oh, plenty of stuff to search. Why did it tell me I was done searching? It's already said I've done investigating. Like, no I'm not. Not in the least. SimSense Editor. This is a Yamaha 95,000V SimSynth. 95,000, damn. Yamaha has been putting these out for a while. A device for mixing and mastering SimSense chips. Several drive bays are empty, and all of the chip jacks are empty. The screen is flashing a repeated error message. Warning, requested files cannot be found. Please return drives to bay and try again. Alright, Isabel, figure this out. Isabel rattles out some commands on the SimSynth's keyboard, stepping away after a few seconds with a look of satisfaction on her face. There. I've put the drive warning on suspend. It's in diagnostic mode only, though. Maybe we'll learn something, maybe not. Yamaha SimOS 5.23 Systems Diagnostics Check. 5.23? Give me a goddamn break. They'd be at like 30 by now. Memory okay, drive error, assist bus okay, beginning core dump, please wait. One wonders which megacorp bought Yamaha out in this universe. That's a good question. Maybe Yamaha is their own megacorp. Isabel studies the screen in detail as letters and numbers scroll by. Looks like Tong was cooking some BTLs here. He's hacked the peak controller output cutoffs. The delta levels on sim chips are usually about 4 to 5, 6.5 for Cal Hots. His delta peaks are pushing 12. That's brain-burning territory, Lever. And all the drives and chips those BTLs were stored on are missing. I never liked Tong, but it wasn't because he was a bad guy. I just didn't like any of the elders. But if he was cooking chips at Delta 12, maybe he burned somebody he shouldn't have. Maybe they flipped their lid and came after him. Or a relative did. Isabel gives you a serious look, tipping her head to the synth. The metahuman brain can't handle this kind of output. It'll shut down after a few of these. Fascinating. Elder Tong maybe not that great of a dude? Tong's desk drawers are open, and the safe that's built into one side has been opened. There's no sign of tampering. The green light next to the word unlocked is blinking. Whoever opened the safe did it with a key fob. Inside are several blank cred sticks, but no sign of any with money on them. Looks like someone looted his stash. Guy like this wouldn't keep only empty cred sticks in his safe. Tong's bathroom is immaculate, and the drains are tiny. Whatever killed him didn't exit through here. So, like, walked in, walked out, no one the wiser? Fascinating. Alright, Porter Lamb, what else do you have to say on the matter? Hey there. Need something else? Looks like somebody went through Tong's things. Has anyone else been inside? Not since I've been here, but before Ip found him? Could have been anybody, really. Ip had a key to his place, but the lock's total crap. Anybody half-decent at cracking maglocks could have gotten inside. What's missing? BTLs, hard drives, and cred sticks. Sounds like the killer looted his place to me. All this talk of monsters. Yeah, sure, there are scary things that go bump in the night. But most of the scary bumps I hear are from handguns and gangers. What do you do? What would you say you do around here, Porter? It's a catch-all category, I guess. I work for Elder Ip. It's a bit like being a deputy. I make sure people don't break the rules. Protect people who need protecting. Mostly, I just do whatever Ip asks me to. It's a pretty quiet job most days. Today's not one of those days. So you're saying you're a people person? I also handle a lot of maintenance. I don't actually do the repairs, but I've got most of the keys. Makes it easy to ensure only authorized people get into sensitive places. Electricity goes down, I let in the electrician who fixes the wiring. Toilet's clogged, I let in the drone guy who opens it back up. Oh, Porter Lamb's got the keys to everything. Fascinating. Helpful. Good to know. Zippy. What do you do around here, Zippy? Look at his face. This orc is busily snacking on a steamed bun. As you approach, he wipes off one of his hands and sticks it out towards you. Hey, stranger, nice to see ya. Zippy Toad Tag at your service. How are you liking Whampoa Garden? I'm the lover. Nice to meet you, Zippy. Nice to meet you, too. Listen, I know it's a little forward of me to just say hello and whatnot, but I'm interested in giving you a hand if I can. Zippy gestures expansively at the squalid, neon-lit streets of Whampoa Garden. This is my home, at least for the time being, and I'd like to stop these killings. We've never met before this, but I know exactly who you are. You're my replacement. The Elders had me autopsy what was left of Elder Gan and Elder Nakamura after they got ripped apart, but I didn't want to dig any deeper. So, since I don't know you, and I can smell a Shadowrunner a mile away, you've got to be the outsider they asked to stop the killings. Right? Zippy tilts his head back, obviously pleased at his amateur deduction. Can smell a Shadowrunner a mile away. Very astute. That's right. Show off! Why? Why antagonize? Why antagonize? I am here to be polite, make friends, and possibly kill baddies. See, I have good eyes. A lot of good eyes, actually. Here in the market for replacements. Only slightly used, and they only come from certified donors, I swear. A hearty belly laugh erupts from the orc, and he slaps one of his thighs in elation. Man, I kill myself. Make a joke like that again. Maybe I'll kill you first. Wow, what do you have against humor? Pretty funny. With jokes like that? Are you kidding me? I'm one of the only trained surgeons around here. I keep the other Whampoans healthy. Gotta practice down the road. Blind Chen's a pretty good cyberdoc, but he's basically an implant specialist and that's it. You don't seem much like a doctor to me. I did my residency back in the UCAS. Could have become a real MD too if things hadn't gone south for unrelated reasons. Zippy opens his coat, revealing a cyberdeck. He pats it proudly. I also deck a little, but I'm better at slicing skin than ice. Whampoa Garden seemed a good fit for me. Is it fairly peaceful around here? For the most part. Other than these killings, we don't have much by way of problems. We do information security for the Triads, and that makes us fairly impervious to anyone who wants to start trouble. Anyone starts something, we hit them in the Matrix, while our Triad friends hit them in meat space. Some small-time gangs have tried pushing in here before, but they backed off when they figured out they weren't just picking a fight with Tang and his guys, but with both the Red Dragon and the Yellow Lotus. They got the message real quick. What was left of them, anyway. You must have a lot of customers. That's the chip truth. I have to charge to cover my costs and eat, but it's damn near free service. There's always a waiting list. But it's good, honest work. I like helping my neighbors in the community. We all look out for each other. Somebody messes with one of us, they mess with all of us. That kind of community is rare as gold these days, huh? How many places have an ethos like us? Not the damn corpse, that's for sure. This guy needs to be called Zippy Skippy. He gave us a last name. I don't remember what it was, but... I've lived a lot of places, done my fair share of shadow running. This place is special. It's been a long time since I really felt like anywhere was a real home. Zippy looks off past you, toward the Whampoa Garden streets. His expression grows wistful, like he's remembering something from a long time ago. I'm sure I'll move again, but not for a while. I'm not done with this city or these people. Tell me some more. Tell me some more about Whampoa Garden. Sure thing. What do you want to know? What are your thoughts on the murders? No, sir, I don't like it. Fair enough. There's a sharp intake of breath as Zippy shakes his head. Pretty gruesome business. Gan died from a broken neck. Looked like someone had wrenched it around, and his arms and legs were cut off. Some skin flayed away, too. Nakamura had his throat ripped out by someone with pretty sharp teeth. At first I thought it was a devil rat, but the teeth marks were all from something with a humanoid jaw. I didn't look at Yatunde. From what I saw at a distance, it was the same story. It didn't seem much point since I'd seen it twice already. As for Tong, from what Porter told me, it was Gen and Nakamura all over again. You take a look at him yet? Mind your own business. Come on, come on. Share information and information will be shared back, presumably. Yeah, same as you described for the others. Zippy shakes his head sadly. Damn, I liked Tong. The BTL business is unsavory, but the man had to eat, and his regular sims were great. Generally all around nice guy. Friendly with everyone. Never had anyone mad at him. There ain't no justice, let me tell ya. Oh yeah, I'll bet you can tell us, Zippy. What can you tell me? Oh no, let's continue this conversation. We can go back to the elders afterwards. Looks like Tong was killed by a blade, not a broken neck or a bite. Zippy recoils, shuddering against the rain. What kind of blade? Was it a knife, a sword, maybe an axe? I don't know. He was attacked at the back of the neck. I don't like that at all. Zippy shivers, looking warily around. This whole affair's got me on edge. People dying is nothing new, but the flayed skin, ugh. After a moment, Zippy composes himself and looks back at you. It sounds possible that whoever's been killing the elders is trying to muddy the waters with all of the blood and the gore business. This is the crime of an intelligent, careful killer. Be careful. This investigation might take you somewhere very unpleasant. What can you tell me about the elders, Zippy? Zippy laughs, shrugging. Oh, they're an eclectic bunch, that's for sure. Where to start? Ng's the spiritual leader here. She's the voice of the Wampoans, I guess. A lot of her close friends are really more followers, since she's something of a priest for the machine spirits. Maybe it's a cultural thing for people who grew up here, but it's never really called to me. Still, she makes a damn fine pot of tea. Hips the Muscle has an encyclopedic knowledge of cyber and BioWare. Definitely a good guy to have watching your back. Not too friendly, but you know how it is. You get a lot of cyber people start wondering if you'll tear their arms off. Zippy makes a chopping gesture with one hand. He's got moves straight out of Blood Carnival 3, The Reckoning. Terrible movie, but great fight choreography. What about Tang? I don't know much about him, but I think he's got some kind of fetish for automation. Found him cooing over some trids of automated delivery drones in a warehouse once. He works with drones, as a shop called the Blessed Autofab. He was raving about the efficiency of the movement patterns or something. You already know about Tong, and Sims, BTLs, skill chips. Gan used to be a city planner before he had a nervous breakdown and got involved in statistical analysis. Zippy pauses to collect his thoughts. Nakamura came from Fukuoka and was interested in entertainment, trid mostly. Spent a lot of time analyzing subliminals in ads. And there was Magpie. She was the chief decker, hot as hell against ice, built her own hardware. Salty old woman, though. Never met anyone who was quite as shrill or nasty when she was mad. She was mad most of the time. Nobody mentioned Magpie to me. When did she die? She didn't. Maybe a month ago, she just up and disappeared. I went to a shop one day, she just wasn't open. Nobody's seen her since. Kind of a pain in the ass, too. She owed me some new Analyze software she'd picked up. I've never heard of Magpie either. She must be one of the newer Wampoans. If she was the Decker, she would have replaced Elder Gao. No surprise there. Gao was older than Shin Shi Huangdi's Terracotta Warriors. When I was learning decking from him, he could barely get out of bed. Still fast as hell in the Matrix, though. How can you be new and an elder? Isabel rolls her eyes. It's a stupid name. It doesn't actually have much to do with time spent in the community. That has something to do with it, sure, but it's mostly about how skilled you are, how good your connections are, how much you can help everybody else. Should have called them experts or something. Bingo! That's exactly it. She was only here for about 3 years, but she knew a lot of people all over the Matrix, in Shanghai and Beijing, all kinds of places. That plus her skill meant she was a shoo-in when Gao died. Why would she disappear? No idea. One day she was here, the next, poof. At first I thought she was just on vacation. since she had mentioned wanting to see the Kingdom of Hawaii someday. Kingdom of Hawaii? Oh, I really do not know much about the geography of Shadowrun. But it didn't feel right. She would have at least told me she was leaving. It seems mighty suspicious to me. Nobody else seems to care what happened to her. Probably because she pissed them all off so bad. He already said it's a little odd, yeah. Any place you think I should start looking? Interesting question. I don't know. This is a follow-up on the Magpie thing. This is definitely setting up Magpie to be a suspect here, right? Elder mysteriously disappears about a month before these killings start. Somebody with, access to all the things and like hot Decker skills and contacts all over the Matrix and mad all the time. Mad at what? Mad at who? A little odd for her to just disappear, don't you think? Of course it's odd. She owed me lunch too. And she was the sort who paid her debts promptly. You might want to check out her shop. It's all locked up, but the other elders have a spare key. Couldn't hurt to look around. And even though Magpie was always butting heads with the other elders, they wouldn't have any reason not to let you in. Yep. There it is. Constant arguing with other elders? So I am relatively confident that it's not Magpie, but, it's definitely trying to lead us in that direction. Man, I'm trying something new for caffeine. I picked up Vietnamese coffee from a place nearby, and it is goddamn delicious. Like, extra caffeinated and just wonderful tasting. I'm probably gonna kill myself on caffeine overdose if I keep having this, but... Well, you only live once. What do you mean they were butting heads? What did they argue about? This is the same question. That's fine. Magpie and the others never saw eye to eye. She was contrary for the sake of it. Most of the rest had a grand vision for what they wanted this neighborhood to become. Magpie just wanted to deck. She was only an elder because they needed someone with her Matrix chops. The last big argument was between her, Ip, and Nakamura. It was over something relatively trivial. I think Nakamura wanted to expand the pirate trade business into the Matrix, and she just absolutely refused. Why did she refuse? She said something about not using up valuable bandwidth for trivial entertainment bullshit. Anyway, it went from there into this rant about how she wasn't going to let Tang expand his drone business any further because it would get too much Megacorp attention. They accused her of blocking them just because she could, which is probably true. Lots of screaming. What do you mean blocking them? Everybody needs her Matrix skills for their businesses to run properly. There are other Deckers, me, say, Moj Nebi, but she had the infrastructure. If their project didn't interest her, she wouldn't even give them the time of day. She's a real hardhead about having her time wasted, but she figures if she's not interested in something, it has no value objectively. Kind of a major blind spot, if you ask me. Sounds like she was... Can you let me into her job? Okay. That's great but all, but this is a good question. No, can do. Not because I don't want to, but because I just don't have the key. You'd have to get it from Ip. He's taken over all the Matrix infrastructure maintenance since Magpie disappeared. Presumably Porter also has it, right? Porter's got all the keys? He's not as good at it as she is, or as I am. But they're not gonna let anyone who isn't an elder take care of that kind of critical stuff. Yeah, we'll see you later, Zippy. Thanks for your help. Key to Magpie's shop. Yeah, I like Zippy. He's fun. Maybe Porter has the key. Hey, Porter, do you have the key to Magpie's shop? Can you tell me about Elder Magpie? The Wampoan snorts, shrugging his shoulders. That she was a bitch. That I've never met anyone as deliberately contrary as her. There's not much to say. Nobody wanted to hang out with Magpie. Even though she was the newest elder, she acted high and mighty around everyone. She'd block deals and argue against Nakamura and just 'cause she could. Why was she so contrary? It was just her nature. She loved fights and gossip. Any chance to cut somebody else down, she'd take it. I guess I always figured she had some deep-seated insecurities and covered it up by attacking other people. Oh, okay. Do you not have the key? Mr. I have all the keys? Apparently not. Alright, so we will have to actually ask Ip for it. That's fine. We can do that. That is a thing that we can do. Anybody else want to talk? Any other talky people? Lots of other talky people. Mo Jnebi. The man in front of this stall is rooting through a box of music chips with the swift fingers of someone who knows what they're looking for. Behind him, a music player pumps out a constant stream of distorted atonal music. The stall's proprietor is nowhere to be seen. Can you believe this? They've got 4 bootlegs of Echelon 60, the unreleased Enoch Ian Keys double chip show from Brazzaville, but absolutely 0 chips from Shotgun Bloom. This stuff is purely second-rate. Hey, man! Don't get down on Echelon 60. I saw them when they played that unlicensed show at the old Choco Tart factory out in Suanwan. The show is amazing, even if the police had to break it up midway through the second set. The music aficionado waves his hand dismissively. The show might have been great, but come on. Echelon 60's old news. They're already being mainstreamed. I saw a Trid ad for the new Mitsubishi Ostro scooter, and they were using Main Volt Underbus as the backing music. Made me sad, I tell you. The Decker inclines his head politely toward you. Moz Nebi, at your service. Decker, technologist, music fan. You're not from around here, are you? You don't hold yourself like a native. Not Wampoa Garden, no. Mo runs a hand through his hair, shaking the collected rain off of it. I thought so. What brings you out here? Trying to find out who's been killing the elders. The Decker pauses a moment, face falling. Oh, that's a nasty business. I heard Tong died tonight. I don't know who or what they pissed off, but it seems like a really bad scene. I'm trying to keep my nose out of it. Still, I like this place. Anything I can do to help? Yeah, what could you tell me about the Wampoans? We're a collection of freaks, geeks, nerds, and tech junkies. This place may look like a third world bazaar, but believe me, we have stuff here that's cutting edge in almost every field. Mo swells with pride and plants both hands firmly on his hips. Maybe it's not as advanced as the stuff the Megas have in their development labs, but it's as advanced as anything you can find in a store. People come from all over the world to buy and sell here, work out deals for big shipments. We've got contacts with every pirate and smuggling group in the South China Sea, and every major syndicate and gang in the Free Enterprise Zone knows not to mess with us. Not only are there a lot of us, nobody wants to lose what we're selling. The Red Dragon made a play 4 years ago, but we chased them out. Mo gestures with both hands as if shooing away a bothersome insect. Scooted off back to Home Antine, and they've never been back. Good for you! Good job! It's all about playing the angles. Yeah, it pissed them off. But when we sold goods to the Yellow Lotus at a discount, in exchange, the Yellow Lotus kept them off our back. You don't have to beat up the big guy to win. You just have to make him step back so the other big guy sees he's off balance. Stand-up fights are for the Megas. We're about survival, just like everybody else in the shadows. Well, tell me about yourself. What do you know? I'm a Decker. I used to be a company man for years, pushing code on their servers, smearing the little cyber pukes that would try to get into our secure systems. I made a pretty good living. Had my own place on the 48th floor in a corporate skyscraper. It was the kind of thing the Sims teach you everybody reaches for. The dream life. Well, how'd you end up here? I found out the company wasn't what I thought it was. Sure, they paid me well and kept me in creature comforts. But I accidentally looked over some misfiled reports while cleaning out the company data store. Turns out one of the company security riggers had gotten drunk and blabbed about some project or other being over budget and behind schedule. That's not good. That'd be a fireable offense, right? Mo purses his lips, his gaze going distant for a moment. Well, I guess upper management was worried that info would hurt their stock ratings by a fraction of a point or two, so they fired the guy with a .308 round right through the skull. That seems drastic. It may only have been fractions of a point, but that was still tens of millions of nuyen. I guess that went beyond a firing offense, directly into murder territory. What's worse, since I now knew about both the project and the murder, I could be next in the firing line. I knew I wasn't worth the expense to hunt down as long as I kept my head down. So I came out here, looking for like-minded deckers. I guess I ended up staying because I could get a semblance of community out here. I couldn't get that many other places. Speaking about community, what do you know about murders? Not the best of segues, but it's what I got. I am trying to stay as far away from it as possible. I'm not connected enough to hear anything important, and all the talk about monsters is just plain dark. I'm not afraid of monsters, but I don't want to get their attention. All I know is that a couple of months ago we had Elders Nakamura, Yatunde, Gan, and Magpie. And now we don't. Everybody's like, just at the end of the conversation, slipping in Magpie. Just in case we talk to them in a weird order. I like that. Heard about Magpie. Sounds like she was kind of vicious. To be blunt, she's a hateful, shrewish old badger of a person. It was always her way or the highway. She'd butt heads with the elders over damn near anything. The last fight she had was with Tang over something or other. I guess she ended up throwing some of his micro-drones into a deep fryer and threatening to kick his ass around the block. What was her line of business? Not that I don't already know, but, tell me anyway. Matrix gear. Her shop's called the Jack Point. Not very imaginative, I know. She always had the hottest programs, best chips, made some killer decks for anybody willing to pay her rates. Cost plenty of nuyen, but she was one of the best in the business, at least in Hong Kong. If you want to know more about her, you should talk to Zippy. He's one of the only people around here who got along with Magpie. You could probably find him by the MTR station. He loves the steamed bun cart over there. He sure does. Alright, well, see you later, Mo. And who's this boy? Breaker Hui. Damn, what a portrait. An imposing troll stands in front of a stall overflowing with weapons of all sorts. Pistols, rifles, and even brass knuckles overflow onto the rug around him. Oh there. You look like a man who understands the value of self-defense. Breaker Hui at your service. And I can promise you I can help you defend yourself. What do you say? Want to take a look? I mean, sure. I probably don't want to buy anything. I'm, not really a weapon wielder myself. Shock glove. An unarmored glove. Damage strength +2. AP damage on critical hits. Yo, that's kind of dope. Damage strength +2? That's rad. I guess melee builds are real. Allows for an enhanced stun attack on a 2-round cooldown. Very cool. I mean, I don't know what I'm not gonna do anything with it, but thanks anyway. Looking for information. Yeah? Tell me what you want. Maybe I can help you out. Know anything about the murders? I mean, I want to know everything, so top to bottom, we'll just go. Just that elders have been getting hacked apart. I've tried to stay away from it all. No sense painting the crosshairs on my own forehead, right? The troll shrugs indifferently. I'm nobody important, and I aim to keep it that way. What are your impressions of the elders? Can't say I associate much with them. They organize big trade deals with the Loho-Joa pirates, the triads, and legitimate businesses. They tell us if somebody's been blacklisted and dispense justice when someone breaks the rules. Beyond that, they leave us alone, and I leave them alone. I'm just not important enough to register on their radar. Know anything about Elder Magpie? Never met her, thank God. She ran with the Deckers mostly, since she dealt in chips and software. I heard she was hard to work with. I think the phrase I overheard was that she shrieked like a harpy with a fresh corpse. I don't know. You should ask Zippy, though. He's a sharp one with a deck. He'd know it better than most. Aside from Tong, who slings the BTLs around here? I guess this boy might know. The Red Spear Gang. They run up in here sometimes, but don't cause any trouble. Apparently I'm supposed to investigate the parking garage. Ah. Check out the parking garage south of here, though. They usually hole up in there. Step light, though. If they don't know you and you cop an attitude, they'll put you in the ground. Funny thing, I heard there was a shootout with some Hong Kong police in the garage a month ago. I was away in Beijing at the time, so I didn't see it directly. But everybody was talking about it when I got back. Why is that funny? What's funny about... I guess. Alright, let me know. Because we don't let the HKPF in here most times. We shoot at them if they try. Every time they come in here it's bad for us. Because they're always looking for a scapegoat. Why would the elders let them in? Nobody knows. Well, that's fascinating, isn't it? They did make a big point of saying that the HKPF aren't really allowed in Whampoa, right? Like, for the past, years plural. 3 years, 4 years, something. So for them to just be randomly in a shootout with people in the Whampoa area does in fact seem weird. This dumpy-looking man is busily hawking a variety of grilled spherical treats of various sizes. Some are sold individually, some are skewered on sticks, and some are packaged up in sets of 4 or 6. A sign on the front of the cart reads, Keita's 1 yen yatai. A cacophony of small trid screens are attached to the cart, each playing a different trid show. Keita? What's up, Keita? Interest you in some dango? Takoyaki? Maybe a nice nikoman. That's a pork bun with a Japanese twist. All of these things are Japanese. Oh, yeah, okay, no, you specifically called that out. Any kind of tasty Japanese treat you can imagine, I've got it. Maybe some curry fish balls are your speed. Keita will give you your heart's desire, providing that desire is on my menu. Yeah, whatever, 1 nuyen? I got 1 nuyen. Let me have some dango. Your wish is my command, good sir. Keita deftly pulls one of the dango sticks out of the cart and drops it onto the grill. A small robotic arm slides out from the cart and begins turning the stick until the balls of rice flour are a toasted brown color. Lifting them from the grill, Keita dips the entire stick in a tub of sticky brown sauce before handing it to you. The snack has both a sweet and salty flavor, reminiscent of sesame seeds and soy. The balls inside are pleasantly warm and surprisingly chewy, a bit like eating raw dough, but without the attendant chalky taste. Keita leans back, studying you intently. The trid projections from his cart cause his face to be lit in a constantly shifting array of rainbow hues. So, what brings you to Whampoa Garden, my friend? Somehow I doubt it's just the street food. Looking into the killings. Keita shivers, wrapping his arms around his body. I've been hearing a lot about that. I haven't looked too closely, though. It's just none of my business, you know. Got any thoughts on it? Yeah, ignore them. Keita shrugs indifferently. I saw the crowd down at Tong's Sensory Carnival early tonight, but I didn't know the guy very well. I'm a Trid fan. He liked The Sims. Not a lot of crossover between us. Yeah, what is it with the Trids, buddy? Keita beams and gestures excitedly at them. You like them? I love Trid operas. Chinese, Korean, Japanese, Indonesian. It doesn't matter. This way I can watch all of my favorite shows without missing a beat, and I can work at the same time. Pirated Trid is my other business. I rip the streams in the Matrix, tap right into the corporate feeds, and resell them on ship out here. Keita's face falls a bit and his enthusiasm wanes. I wish it could pay the bills, but my food card's a lot better at that. I don't know why, but most of the other Whampoans seem to like Sim over Trid. They don't know what they're missing, though. 1 episode of 1,000 Cranes of Autumn and they'd be hooked for life. I'm just at the part where Orin has confessed her love to Takayama, but he's got to get his mech suit out to the front lines on Mars, so he can't be with her. Downright heartbreaking, I tell you. That sounds like an interesting show, all right. Not Not really a fan of the soaps, but okay. Eyes twinkle. Oh my god, he's gonna tell me more. What have I done? Eyes twinkling, Keita leans forward in breathless excitement. Oh, you have no idea. 312 episodes, chronicling a noble mech pilot and the tumultuous love affair he has with a space station governor's daughter. Is this not actually just the plot of Gundam? Like, is this not directly a Gundam reference? The pathos, the majesty, the Battle of Lagrange 1 spans 5 episodes just by itself. For some reason, I guess it just didn't resonate with the wider public. I don't know why. Who doesn't want to see a trid show about giant flying robots, love, betrayal, and spies? I've got to stop myself before I get carried away. Was there something else you needed? What can you tell me about the people here? We're tech heads, deckers, riggers, trid pirates, and everything in between. If I had to define this place, I'd say it's Asia's mecca for people like us. As for the elders, I can give you the basics. I'm a small fry, so we're not exactly on social terms. Eng's some kind of crazy tech witch. She summons up spirits and casts spells and works as the spiritual center of the tribe. She's a lot craftier than she seems, too. She has this mother-to-everyone act going on, but I've watched her manipulate people into doing all kinds of stuff they wouldn't normally do, and they thought it was their idea the whole time. Magically, you mean? Not like normal manipulations, probably. No, I don't think so. She's just really good with people. Ip's a killer, addicted to cybernetic implants. He always has to have the newest and freshest gear. The funny thing is, I've never seen him fight. I kinda get the impression he's a coward. He'd rather let one of his buddies handle a problem than do it himself. All I know about Tang is that he loves drones and does a little decking. Frankly, I find him kind of boring. All he talks about is neural networks, dark knowledge, and evolution of machine learning. Like I said, boring. Just because he's not talking about anime, you think he's boring? Alright. See you later, Keita. Alright, so now... Oh, who's this? Demergo. He has a walk animation. Why don't they use the walk animation when he's not running? I feel like it's buggy. This man has a tired, world-weary demeanor about him. His eyes track your movements with a penetrating, critical precision. Something about it, the lines about his eyes perhaps, makes you suspect he's seen a lot of terrible things happen. He lifts his cup of cheap soy cough as you approach. Let me guess. You're the freelancers the elders are paying to look into the murders around here. That's right. Who are you? Call me Demergo. I'm not one of the Wampoans, but I've been here long enough that they don't think twice about me being here. Demergo drains the last of his soy calf in a large gulp. So what have you found so far? You're awfully curious for a random guy. Professional curiosity. I used to be with the New York Police Department as part of their Thaumaturgical Research Division. Part of the CSI branch, except I did the magical investigation while the other guys pulled prints and checked blood samples. Demergo tosses the soy cap cuff towards the nearby garbage can. It bounces around the rim and rolls in. 3 points! Nice shot. When I hear about shit like this happening, I keep my ear to the ground. Old habits, you know. So why aren't you investigating it? Elder asked me to look into the killings after the first murder. She couldn't afford my fee, though, so I took a pass. It's not just the money, either. Demergo shudders, folding his arms across his chest. You see that stuff day after day, you pay a price. It eats away at you. So what he's implying is that my price, the price for kindly Chang to bring her own Shadowrunners into it, was lower than the price that he was asking for? How good do you think you are, Demergo? You know what it's like to feel all that sickness and anger every day? To be asked to pick up a murder weapon and relive somebody's death? Feel it going into your neck? pleading in the voice of a dead woman for her killer to spare you? These days I'd rather interrogate the living, thanks. What are you talking about? I can read objects. It's called psychometry. Little trick I managed to pick up. Don't really know how. I hold something. I can tell you what happened to it. Who owned it. How it killed someone. If someone loved it or was afraid of it. Useful. But it'll tax your heart. And before you ask, no. I'm not going to read anything you find. I already told him I didn't want any part of this. You want advice, I'll give you that. But I'm not getting drawn in further than that. So aside from that, anything I can help you with? Yep. Let's go, top to bottom. Could you tell me about the Wampoans? I don't know much. Even though I've been here almost 2 years, I'm an outsider. They don't really accept anyone who's not as much of a tech nut as they are. I'm just the crazy mage that lives down the road. Demergo pauses and looks off into the distance as he collects his thoughts. Ip's got some heavy-duty cyberware, basically an enforcer for the rest of the council. He doesn't seem to set much policy. Is a shaman that worships machine spirits. It's all a bunch of hokum, if you ask me. Magic is magic. Whatever you want to call the source is fine by me, but don't ask me to believe in the great spirit of electronics. As for everybody else, they tend to be an okay bunch. A bit strange, but that's fringe culture for you. They scrounge tech, rebuild it, settle off. Some of them even have their own autofab shops. They do, that's true. Demergo's not lying. Their stuff's pretty high quality, too. People from all over Asia come to shop here, if they need something rare or unusual. Tight-knit little community, all things considered. So Demergo actually seems like he's going to be a pretty decent source of information. Which, that's good. I like information. What do you know about the murders? They started a couple of weeks ago. Elder Gan was the first to go. That's when asked if I could look into them. He was ripped apart. Arms wrenched out of their sockets. Skin flayed away with a razor-sharp knife. The rest have been the same. Whatever did it sure didn't care about it being a clean death. Demergo lowers his voice, leaning in towards you so that only you can hear. The funny thing is, the Hong Kong police force was out here a few weeks before that. Maybe a month ago, tops. I know that usually doesn't seem like much, but the Wampoans don't usually let the police in here. That by itself is odd enough, but it gets even stranger. The officers were loaded for bear, too. Big guns and heavy armor with NBC seals. The works. They went into the parking garage near here and there was some kind of gunfight. Never made it back out. When backup showed up, the Wampoans chased them away. Why would they let cops in and chase them away? It's exactly the kind of question you should be asking. And that the elders refused to answer when I asked. Demergo shrugs. Go take a look for yourself if you want. Watch out, though. A gang's taken up residence in there, dealing drugs and BTLs. They call themselves the Red Spear. Not too violent, if you don't push them. But be careful what you say. Alright, well that's like the third time we've been warned to be careful what we say around the Red Spear. Sounds like there might be a game mechanic happening here. Tong wasn't afraid when he died. He was caught by surprise. Demergo arches an eyebrow. That's not what I would have expected. With the amount of mess at each scene, the victims should have left behind a hell of a lot of fear and pain. Are you sure? Very sure. Dong died tonight, so the astral signature hasn't had time to fade. It was only a sense of perfunctory accomplishment. And it sounds like this wasn't a crime of passion. A planned attack would have that kind of resonance, in my experience. It's possible the gore show is to throw off anyone looking for the actual reason. Demergo closes his eyes and starts to nod. Yeah. If I wanted to kill someone and get away with it, I'd try and point the finger at some kind of monster. Demergo opens his eyes and smiles a thin, humorless grin. Basic Investigation 101. It's usually the simplest explanation, but don't discount other possibilities. You think the mess wasn't incidental. How would the mess be incidental, honestly? Like, given what we've seen, there was a deliberate flaying after killing them. No, nobody thinks the mess was incidental. Everybody knows the mess wasn't incidental. Why am I asking this question in this way? It's a possibility. Ask yourself this. If the mutilation happened after Tong's death, why would a killer perform that kind of ritual? Yeah, no, that is the question we've been asking ourselves. Serial killers who engage in that kind of ritual don't feel perfunctory about it, in my experience. Tends to feel more like they're taking communion. It's religious or a sexual feeling most of the time. If this didn't feel that way, I don't think the killer is actually pathological. Tong was killed by a bladed weapon, a single strike to the base of his neck. This is different than the other kills, right? One of them had their throat torn out, like, by actual bite marks. And one of them had something else, some other kind of attack, but also that probably wasn't a bladed weapon. So there's a different weapons involved in each of the kills, but then the MO after the death is the same? Very weird. That's a precision attack. Most knife fights end up with a lot of shallow cuts and blood over the victim and attacker alike. If Tong was killed by a single strike, he definitely wouldn't have seen it coming. You can bet your last Nuyen that whoever killed him is highly skilled with a blade. That says to me that the attack is either a professional hitman or a practiced serial killer. Could be both, too. Assassins don't tend to be the most empathetic people. Demerigo considers this information for a moment before speaking again. Was the attack a thrust or a cut? I guess this is a cut. If the wound was a thrust, your attacker was using a knife of some kind. Anything over about 10 inches would be pretty hard to thrust with at that kind of angle. The neck's too high for a longer blade. If it's a slash, you're looking at a sword or cleaver attack. Both of those are popular with the triads. They make an awful mess and send a message that they're not to be trifled with. I see. Well, thank you for all of that input. Might be a good idea to go back and harass the elders with some of my knowledge before we move on to any of the other stuff here. Where's the parking garage? Wait, isn't this the parking garage? So investigate the red spears and investigate the parking garage are the same objective? It's a little weird. I do want to get the key to Magpie's place, though. So let's do that first. Oh! They're willing to talk to me now. Is there anything we can do for you, the lever? Why did you let the HKPF into Wampoa Garden last month? Tang is taken aback by the question. For a long moment he says nothing. When his composure does return, he speaks deliberately and with great care. We generally don't let the police into Wampoa Garden, it's true. But in this case, we made an exception. The police were very polite and offered to look the other way over some of our deals with the Loho Joa pirates. They also made it clear that if we refused, they might not only take an interest in our deals with the pirates, they would call in the Special Duties Unit and force their way in. Wow. For all of your touted extra caffeine, doesn't seem to have made much of a difference. We have repelled the Hong Kong police force before when they've tried to push us around. We could probably drive off the Special Duties Unit as well, but the cost in blood would be too high. Eng shrugs noncommittally. Since they weren't hunting a Wampoan, we saw no reason to refuse their request. Who were they here for? They didn't say, and we didn't ask.
The HKPF isn't exactly forthcoming about their business, and we found that the less we know about their interests, the safer Whampoa Garden is. When you take an interest in the police, they return the favor. As far as we know, they went into the parking garage, there was a gunfight, and the police never came out. More showed up a few hours later looking for their missing officers. We didn't let those in, though. We just delivered what was left of the bodies to them. Why didn't you let them in? We were willing to allow the group of 4 in because they asked politely.
Oh, 4 is the magic Shadowrunner number. Interesting.
When the reinforcements arrived, there were over 30 of them. We couldn't risk the rest of the police setting up camp in our streets. It would have been a circus and disrupted our lives and business.
Okay. These are all seemingly reasonable answers. I feel like I'm not getting the whole story here, but that's how that goes sometimes. Why didn't you tell me about Elder Magpie?
Why would we have? Her departure from the Whampoans isn't related to your investigation. It happened before the killings began. I'm certain she's just off sulking somewhere.
His tone is profoundly indifferent.
No doubt she'll come waltzing back next month, all full of attitude that life dared to go on without asking her permission.
If she does, we'll welcome her back. Despite our problems with her behavior, her skills make her extremely valuable. I've taken over maintenance of our Matrix infrastructure in her absence, but I'm nowhere near her level. The best I can do is ensure nothing breaks down until she returns. I'd like to take a look.
Yes, but there's a lot of sensitive equipment in there, including our community servers. We don't let anyone who's not one of the Whampoan elders in there. Why would you need to take a look around there?
Charisma 3! Here we go! Charm 'em into doing what you want. And you wanted me to find a killer. If I'm going to do that, I have to explore every possibility.
Very well. Take the key and look around. Just don't break anything or shut the servers off.
Was there anything else? Nope, that's it. But it looks like there's a lot of people who want to talk now. Wing K Quack.
Welcome, sir. Welcome to Quack Atelier, home of the finest clothing in Whampoa Garden. I am the owner, Master Tailor Wing K Quack. How may I serve you today?
Didn't expect Whampoa Garden to have a tailor's in it.
Many people don't. There's a mistaken impression that we Whampoans are only interested in technology and the Matrix. But even technologists need clothing, don't they? And many of us gravitate towards lines of work where added protection is required. I myself am a materials scientist, as well as a keen follower of fashion trends.
Material science? Tell me more.
Fiber-related, of course. Primarily aramid fibers, graphene composites, and dilettantes. It affords me a unique perspective when designing clothing that is not only beautiful but defensive as well. I specialize in high-fashion body armor, similar to the kind crafted by SecureTech or Vashon Island, but with a much more personal touch.
Ooh, show me what you got. I'm interested. Okay, so all this stuff, fairly typical. All the armor 3s at the average 450, but I could get an armor 4. I do like that. Ballistic cloth suit. Tailored suit interwoven with graphene aramid composite fibers. Yeah, she did say something about graphenes and aramids. Lends an air of quiet authority and class. I see. Like, if I look at these other outfits, street monk outfit, shamanic ritual garb, that's kind of neat. But, I like the one more armor, and if that means I have to wear a suit, then so be it. Alright, now can I sell this old outfit? 25 million, what a deal. Better than nothing. Alright, well thanks. That was it? I guess that was it. Rainbow! What a name. Alright, I'll talk to Rainbow. Aw, nice. Nice hair. Cute. This woman sports brilliantly hued hair that shifts colors, scintillating with every passing moment. She apparently runs the arcade. That's kind of neat. She is powerfully built, a natural athlete, or someone who works out a great deal. Notably, a large shotgun rests on an arcade cabinet next to her. She affords you a short glance as you approach. When she speaks, you note a particularly lyrical accent to her voice. Alright, Rainbow, what you gotta say for yourself?
Something I can help you with there, friend. You're throwing off me game, and I'm trying to beat my best score.
Tank War Europa? Alright, I am willing to believe that my character is a video game nerd. I haven't seen one of those cabinets in years. The woman's mouth twists up into a wry grin.
Aye, me neither. Managed to find this one near by accident, but I heard the music and thought, hold on there, Rainbow. You know that tune.
After a few moments, Rainbow's game is suddenly over. Her tank obliterated by a barrage of air-to-ground missiles. She hisses her breath in through clenched teeth. Piss on your ma! A right robbery that was!
Right then.
Rainbow shakes her head again and turns to face you fully.
You don't seem like them Wampoans. They're all a mite touched, yeah? Maybe you are too, but you don't advertise it like they do. What's your story?
Looking into the murders.
Ah, that's some nasty work. Bodies hacked up, chunks bitten out of them. Make sure you're loaded for something big and ugly, that's for certain.
Where are you from? I can't place the accent. Can't you?
Born and raised in Dublin, down on the banks of the Liffey.
Like, how obvious? From lyrical, I figured out her accent. I didn't even need to see it transliterated.
Down on the banks of the Liffey. Spent most of me early life there, working security on sacred spaces. You know, historical sites or undeveloped land. The green movement was big in those days. Was a bit like being a park ranger, but sure didn't it beat some dead-end desk job. Spent a lot of time around County Dublin and Wicklow. Always loved animals. I found out being a ranger put me in close with them. It was a good time, yeah? Making sure the budding new species like the bogies and the centaurs didn't upset the ecology of Wicklow National Park much. Also kept the nastier bits like the Ichusege from running amok across populated areas.
Wait a minute, what is this? Eat whiskey. Each whiskey? Sure. Isn't that a demon horse? Do I know that? Why would my character know that? I don't think my character would know that. What's an eat whiskey?
Nay, eat yuzgi. Yuzgi is just the word for water, which is how whiskey got its name. It's a cannibal horse, basically. If you've never heard of an eat whiskey, be glad. It drags you into bogs to kill you. Sometimes people call them kelpies on account of the water plants they pop out of. Anyway, as I was saying, problem was I started to develop this wee knack. Just a small thing. I keep magic from working when I'm around. Spells don't go, spirits fall apart. And the paracritters get real feisty, yeah? To make things worse, this was around the time Liam O'Connor threw his coup and formed Tir na Nog. With all his fancy talk about elves and ancient magic, it was a bit scandalous to have a woman guarding ancient sites that wasn't just mundane but also killed magic around her. So I got fired. You're older than Tir na Nog? Bang on! And I don't look a day over 25, do I? Rainbow flexes one arm, grinning wildly. Aye, I'm Irish, not one of them noggins. Pack of punters, the lot of them. Always going on about their ancestral lands and the glory of the past and all that shite. I saw him kick dozens of old Irish families off their land just because their ears weren't pointy enough, or they didn't meet some stupid arbitrary criteria of old nobility. It was that kind of thing that brought back the IRA, just like in the bad old days of the Troubles. The skivers in the new tier didn't pay for the land they took. They just had a pack of bullies with guns.
Rainbow scrunches her face up into a disgusted sneer, and Mock spits at the ground. I've always been sympathetic to the little guy in a fight. They offered to pay for my help, so I said yes. Simple as that. So you became a terrorist. Hey, don't be so dramatic. They fixed me up with a cyber stitcher, gave me a lot of the kit I've got in me now, in exchange for going overseas to work for them. Smuggling, running guns, making contacts in Europe. The same kind of shite all revolutionary groups do. Seeing as how my own fam got kicked out of their house, I was glad to do it. I still do work for 'em these days. There's a lot less of it. Lady D, who cracked down on dissidents, but good. So what are you doing in Whampoa Garden? That's a real question. How did an IRA terrorist get roped into hanging around the Whampoa Garden tech paradise? Me, I'm a bit of a big game hunter these days. I get into strange places, look for some kind of paracritter I've not seen before, and then I put a bullet in it. Only the nasty ones, though. No point in hurting a talus cat or such. It's only things like gargoyles, barghists, and whatnot. All the work I did with them in my youth does a good job of keeping me alive. I was out in Jakarta last year, hunting out one of them Indonesian vampires. You ever heard of them? Call them Leak or Penanggalans, depending on who you ask. Their heads and guts come out of the body cavity. They fly around like a giant messy pile of pasta. Rainbow bares her teeth and pantomimes floating around. Took me a solid 2 months to track her down, but I did. Once the job was done, I asked myself, okay, Rainbow, where's the best place in East Asia to find some action? So Hong Kong it was. All the chi what's-its here mean a bigger concentration of odd critters than you usually find in a city. Been spending a lot of time down in the storm drains these days. I heard rumors of a rat king down there, where a mess of devil rats get all tied together into some kind of big, awful rat beast. I haven't tracked it down yet, but I figure it's only a matter of time, yeah? She pats the barrel of her shotgun affectionately. Alright, Rainbow's super cool. I want her to hang around with. You know what? Gun show, you can take the night off. Rainbow's going to be filling in for you. See you later, Rainbow. Yeah, how can I hire Rainbow? Rainbow seems cool. Who are you? Min Vuong. My Vietnamese accent is pretty miserable, so I'm not going to try too hard for this one. The owner of this shop barely looks from his PDA while greeting you. His tone is one of immense boredom. Welcome to Min Vuong Matrix Materials, aka MVMM. What can I get you? Show me what you have for sale. Ah, stuff I do not care about. Great. Do not care at all. And we're out. See you later. Ah, well, doesn't have a lot to say anyway, so I guess it's all for the best. And still nothing else out here. So now we can go check out Magpie's shop? That seems like a good idea. Is this Magpie's shop? What a deal. The jack point. Let's jack, I suppose. And or get jacked. Probably. The bin is full of assorted chips, peripherals, and add-on modules for cyberdecks. They don't seem to be arranged in any coherent fashion, and are spread across the felt surface. You're searching through the display case, looking for something interesting. Isabel peers past you into the bin as you search. That's interesting. There's a lot of storage memory, I/O handlers, and active memory in this bin. I'm not seeing any MPCP hardware, response increase chips, or anything relating to the hot shit decking Magpie was supposed to be into. In fact, you couldn't even build a full deck with this. Without the MPCP, it'd just be a glorified comlink. What do you think it means? Well, if I had to guess, I'd say someone's cleaned her out. MPCP response increase, biofeedback filters, and all that. They're easy to move, expensive, and highly illegal. All the rest of this crap is good, but it's nothing you couldn't pick up at any electronics shop. You'd have to know what you're looking for, though. Only a good decker would know what they're seeing. Could Magpie have taken him with her? Isabel gestures towards one of the other displays. A pair of small cyberdecks sit inside the locked case.
I guess so, but if she did that, why would she leave the completed cyberdecks? No, I think this was theft.
Cool. Good thing Isabel's around. She knows her stuff. The front of the server's case hangs open, the inner machinery quiet and without power. A clipboard is stuck to the side by a piece of duct tape, its papers filled with a long list of programs and their prices. A quick glance over the program sheet reveals names like Bugs, 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 and Black Hammer. Undoubtedly, this was Magpie's attack program storage machine.
Somebody's removed the drives, and it sure wasn't Magpie. Here, look.
Isabel gestures to the innards of the open server. Near the back, a solitary red light blinks.
The main drives were disconnected properly, but it looks like she modded the server to have a backup drive with its own battery-paced power supply. If it was Magpie, she'd have taken that too. Crap. This is a Fuji XB1000, and it looks like the battery power ran out a while ago. The XB1000s are constant write drives. They're dirt cheap and have a ton of capacity, but if they run out of power, they lose their data. We're not going to be able to get anything off the drive.
Wow. Constant write drives. That's neat. Weird piece of technology. Sure would be useful to have a drive that basically automatically wipes itself when you're done using it. As long as you're in the business of not wanting your data to get out to other people. Magpie's desk is the kind of messy most people only associate with rats' nests, hoarders, and deckers. And deckers, okay. The surface of the desk is littered with cigarette butts, half-finished cans of soy calf, and scraps of electronics. Alright, yeah, that sounds like a decker's desk. A towering pile of empty instant noodle bowls sits next to it. Every single stereotype. Huh? Their sides are blazoned with Honest Wang's instant old type Lamian, and depict a line of top hat wearing caterpillars dancing with cranes.
Hey, awesome! I didn't think anybody but me liked Honest Wang's noodles. Flavor like you've never tasted in a package of instant noodles, I promise.
Gobbet taps the side of one container.
See? This one's cheese curry broccoli. I don't know why it never caught on, honestly. I can smell that stuff across the entire boat when you cook it. It's a bit like old socks with a side of vinegar. First time I smelled it, I thought you were fumigating. Psh, Isabel, your main problem is that you have no idea what's delicious and what isn't. Expand your horizons. There's a whole world of deliciousness waiting for you at every corner store.
This feels like the intro to a Disney song. Isabel snorts derisively.
My horizons are fine where they are, thanks. After all, I can still tell if I'm eating food or cardboard. That's one of those little things I'd like to hold on to.
Leave the desk alone. As if. We went through all this effort to get here. I'm gonna leave it unsearched. You gingerly root around in the desk, doing your best to avoid the more disgusting piles and spills. It isn't easy. The desk's drawers are stuffed to overflowing with receipts, cigarette packs, optical chips, and cables. Most of the contents are boring, useless, and disgusting. While searching one of the bottom drawers, however, a low-quality tin lockbox catches your eye. Someone has pried the latch off, leaving a ragged hole where a lock should be. The interior of the box has several sleeves for storing keycards, all of which are empty. A small note is taped to the interior. Spare stockroom keys. The door is in the rear of Mrs. Yang's restaurant. Do not lose these. Use only if I'm not available to open the stockroom. Who's Mrs. Yang? And who has stolen the keys to her stockroom?
A stockroom, huh? So who broke the lockbox to get the keys out?
Probably whoever cleaned out Magpie's equipment. Maybe one of the elders? I guess that's plausible. If Magpie's gone, then you need the keys to open a thing. But, you know, probably whoever robbed the place.
I'm thinking you're right. Whoever tore the latch off the box was in a hurry. Any of the elders could have cracked the maglock without much trouble, and most regular Wampoans could too. This seems like somebody who was tossing the place and wanted to get in and out as fast as possible. If someone was after Magpie's gear, her stockroom would be a gold mine.
Good to know.
You search Magpie's bathroom. There's not much in here. A toothbrush, toilet paper, some hairpins, and a collection of cheap makeup. The combination bath shower unit, however, has minor flakes of a dry, reddish substance near the drain. Blood. Dried blood. Prying open the drain cover, it looks like quite a bit of it was shed as well. The blood hasn't been fully washed away. Looks like there was a cursory attempt to clean out the bath, but they missed washing it all away. It's a clever move, though. If Magpie is dead, a body drained of blood would be a lot easier to move without leaving evidence. This doesn't seem to match the killer's other scenes, though. I'm not certain I trust the elders to tell us the whole story. Let's not inform them of this finding just yet. If any of them know more than they are saying, they may go to ground and cover their tracks with greater diligence. Feel like we made some good choices with who we brought along. Although, the Duncan actually might have been good to bring along too, like, especially if we're delving into a potential cop scene, having Duncan's insight into, like, police procedure might be useful for that other thing. Whatever that other thing is. Alright, so now we gotta go check out Mrs. Mrs. Yang's? Who's Mrs. Yang? And can we find the key to her storeroom? I guess that's another reason to go talk to the elders. Alright, back to talking to the elders. But let's not tell them about Magpie probably being dead. Apparently there was not anything else I wanted. Okay. Maybe Porter has the keys? Porter has keys to things. Nope. Quick check around the sensory carnival, just in case there's anything else that might be visible. Looks like not. All the same things. Okay. Ugh. Nose feels super clogged up. Not sure why. Weird. And I've also just realized that my hotkey for muting the mic isn't actually muting the mic. So my apologies for blowing my nose directly into your ears. Should actually fix that. There needs to be a hotkey for this. Where do I find that hotkey? Hang on. Maybe that's in the settings? Audio? Hotkey, aha. Enable push to mute. For mic. And then where do I see what the hotkey is? Oh, push to mute. I don't need push to mute. But okay. Alright, well, let's see if that works. Hey, that works. Good. Alright, well, nothing for it but to duck into the parking garage and see what else we can find. Although, actually, been going for about 2 hours, so this is probably as good a point as any to take a quick break. So, I'm gonna take a quick break before I come back and do this. Refill water seems like a good idea, and, you know, etc. All of the appropriate etc. Go to the bathroom, stretch legs, etc. So yeah, let's, we'll hang out here for a bit. I'll give you folks some music while I am gone. And, let me say thanks for hanging out. Hope you're enjoying yourselves. And I'll be back in a bit.
Alright, I have returned. We pause the music and we'll keep this going. Ready for more Shadowrun. Alright, before I duck in here, does it seem like I will have better way? Ooh, key to Magpie's stockroom is a major thing. Okay, okay. Parking garage. Does it seem like I'm gonna have a better way to get access to this? We also don't know where the stockroom is, right? It said Mrs. Yang's. I don't think we know what Mrs. Yang's is. Alright, quick round of talking to people just in case there's anything else they can do to help before we duck into the place. Nope. Nope. Oh, Mo Genebi might actually be able to help out. Hey again, anything I can help you with? Magpie's shop is missing a lot of gear. Know anybody who might be fencing it? In Wampoa Garden? No way. Most people are too shit scared of Magpie to pull that, and I definitely recognize anything of hers. She watermarked every program and engraved every chip. Wanted people to know where the good stuff came from. Not a lot of places to hide that kind of gear around here. We're all packed pretty tight. This place gossips like a mahjong parlor at tea time. If I were you, I'd ask any other outsider types you can find if they've heard anything. Nobody local would risk bringing Magpie's ire down on them, or the rest of the Wampoans. We might cheat other people, but we don't steal from each other. Anybody who gets caught doing that would get kicked out, or worse. Okay. So we should check with Demergo again? Looking for information? Or not? Alright, back with Demergo? Again, since he's an outsider type? Is there some FedEx going on? A little back and forth? Nope. Maybe a Zippy? I don't think Zippy is going to be an outsider type, but we can ask him. Hey Zippy, what you know? Nothing. Great. Porter? Nothing. Okay, the Elders again? Maybe? Unclear? Maybe Rainbow? Since we've not talked to Rainbow since going into Magpie's place. I'll be going now. I'm not expecting anything out of this, but you know, let's be thorough. As expected. Alright, well, into the parking garage it is, I guess. Unless we think Keita has something else. Do you have something else, Keita? You do not. Alright, into the parking garage. Let's go. I'll do a quick save here. Why are you not letting me save the game, sir and or madam? Alright, then autosave for me. Better deliver. Alright, now I'm going to save. Yes, that works. Okay, good. Stuff back here, huh? This would appear to be our red spears. Yeah, they look kind of angry. What if we looked out here before, you know, trying to mess with bloody drain, bloody stains. Yeah, I want to get back there. All right, I guess the only way back there is through. So let's chat with people. That's far enough, guy. The woman hefts her weapon, tossing a nod toward the gangers behind her. This lot's our turf. If you're looking for a fix, you're welcome to trade. If you're not here for business, clear the hell out. Try and wander around on our turf, we're gonna have to air you out. So what do you say? Looking for a little pick-me-up? A little nitro to give you some pep? Maybe you want some chips, take that edge off.
You want it? I got it.
Sure, show me what you have. Great, good talk. I'm not buying any of these. But thanks. I don't think I'm buying any of these. Yeah, I'm not buying any of these. Jazz is rad. Cram is pretty rad. Not that she has any cram. But I don't actually want to pay money for them. Can I look around?
Man, are you deaf? Hell did I tell you? No, you goddamn well can't wander around our turf.
The ganger shakes her head, mumbling something about idiots with no memory. Okay. I don't suppose I have the karma to get another etiquette. Was gang and socialite? I have 0 karma, in fact. What are my etiquettes? Can I see how many etiquettes I have? Or which etiquettes I have? Is that information available to me? $15 karma to get a new etiquette. I feel like I should be able to see what my etiquettes are. This is so different. All right, one more talk. One more try a talk. Happened to the fight here?
Far as I know, some police showed up looking for somebody. They got in here. All of them got killed. Whoever they were after was long gone by the time we showed up. Used to be a lot of Wampoans living here. They all cleared out, muttering about ghosts and shit like that.
Heard anything else about the murders?
Nothing much. Tell you what, though. I got a guy named Kang. He was down in the storm drain system last week. Something was moving down there. Big, too. Man-sized. It wasn't speaking any language Kang could understand. Kid beat feet back here fast as he could.
I'm glad he lived through it.
Dumbass dropped his storm drain key on the way out, though. You want to go looking for whatever it was, you'll have to get a new key from somebody else. Kang stole his from a city worker.
Who might also have a key?
And there's a guy named Porter Lamb who's got keys to pretty much everything. He's somewhere between a cop and a handyman. Ewan also mentioned some elf woman with crazy colored hair who managed to scam a key. She said she hunted paracritters down there. Devil rats and shit.
Nice. Alright. So about these BTLs you've got.
Yeah? So what? Why do you care?
So if you stole these from Tongs, maybe you saw something I can use. Yeah, I guess that's fair. I am glad I have a dialogue choice here that is not like, I'm accusing you of theft in order to get you into trouble. It's like, if you were around, you can help me out. Which is like, okay, yeah, sure, I guess so.
It's like this. Broken Thumb Ewan was walking down the street, sees this guy go into Tong's joint right at closing time. Tall guy, hunched over, and this shitty gray rain poncho draped over him. Now, Ewan figured that was weird as hell, so he posts up and waits. He figures the guy will come out soon, cause Tong's closing up shop. Nothing for 15 whole minutes. The guy comes out, hustles down the street with nobody saying boo. I figure he was waiting for an ebb in the crowds. Ewan seems blood smeared on the door, though, so he goes to check it out. Inside, total carnage. But you know what? Tong's not going to be using his gear anymore, so to hell with it. Ewan jacks the lot of it.
Business is business.
You're damn right it is. That's all I know. Guy had to be the killer. Tall, gray rain poncho, hunched over. Also smart about how it came and went.
So, now can I look around the garage? Gang and socialite. Alright, well, see you later, I guess. We'll go talk to the elders and see if we can't do something else. I don't want to have to fight him, but if I have to fight him, I have to fight him. There's definitely stuff I want to go do here. Alright, back to the elders. Let's go chat with people. Or maybe we can get in the back way. There's like a back way to get in through the storm drains or something. Let's go talk to Rainbow. I'd rather talk to Rainbow than Porter. I like Rainbow. Tell me about Storm Drain keys.
Hey, good to see you again. Something else I can help you with?
Do you have a key to the storm drains?
Of course I do. How else would I get down to look for strange creepy crawlies, eh? Why'd you ask?
Can I borrow it?
Aye, sure. Watch your step down there, though. The drains are a mite bigger than people would normally expect. Best of luck.
See you later, Rainbow. Thanks. Alright. That's helpful. Search the storm drains. Search for the killer. Find a key. We're still on find a key for Magpie. How do you feel about forcing them to let me in? Nope? Okay, great. How can I get 15 karma real quick and get myself a gang etiquette? Where are the storm drains, actually? Here. Great. Wonder if I can get in there via some back way. That would be cool. Oh, we're definitely getting in a fight here. There's no way we're not getting in a fight. Excuse me? Body parts. The disgusting pile of stinking human remains smells strongly of blood and the first stages of decay. The arms, legs, and organs here are heaped together like stacked firewood, leaking blood and gore across the floor. The parts contained therein appear to have been sliced away from the parent body, rather than torn or bitten. Judging by the clean edges on the cuts, the blade used to sever these parts was extremely sharp. Oh, the limbs weren't kept with the bodies. The limbs were pulled down here separately. And nobody came looking for them?
This is a whole world of messed up, the lever.
Isabel takes a moment to suppress a retch.
You think the killer stashed these here? They're stacked. They've been organized.
This is our killer, all right. Looking closer at the pile, one part stands out. It's a severed forearm, and it's covered in tattoos. Words in a Slavic language and a shining lighthouse adorn the forearm, and ring-like images are inked on each finger. On the back of the hand, there's a skull inside a square. This arm belonged to a Vor. Those are criminal tattoos. The lighthouse shows he tried to escape from prison, or planned to. The words say, "All police are dogs." That skull inside the square means he served a prison term for robbery once. All police are dogs. Yeah, APAD rolls right off the tongue. A Vor is a thief. Vori vi zakon is the name of the organization. Thieves in law. They have strict codes and police their own. But they don't sever arms and leave them in a pile of gore. Well, trust Ractor to know about severed arms and piles of gore. Despite the darkness, you see something glitter at the edge of the drain. Looking closer, it appears to be a necklace chain of some kind. It's become caught in the drain's grate, narrowly avoiding falling down the deep pit. Absolutely take it. Leave it alone. The hell do you think I am? Lifting the necklace out of the drain, you turn it over in your hand. It's a simple silver pendant on a chain. The silver pendant depicts a long-tailed bird in flight. A magpie. Alright, so Magpie definitely dead. 100% dead. Oh, it's Peoples. As you round the corner, you hear voices speaking just loudly enough for you to make out coherent sentences. The speakers are definitely not local. They speak with a slight Slavic accent, and their clothing is heavily armored. Around them are a number of crates and boxes, all mostly filled. Looks like the group is backing up. They've got a mahjong table here! Vasilisa. Yaroslav says the boat will be ready tomorrow morning. He's gotten everything arranged with the port authority. We move the goods to his warehouse, we'll handle loading them onto the ship, and we can get paid right then and there. The orc spits on the ground. I'll be glad to be done with this filthy place. Galena.
I will too. I'd hate having to hide in these damn drains. It stinks down here. I can hear the devil rats running down the walkways. It's a mess. It's disgraceful. We shouldn't have to put up with this bullshit. And Alexander still isn't back from his little trip. We'll have to leave him behind if he doesn't get back soon.
I know, Galina. Until Andre says we're in the clear from the triads, we can't be seen with the goods on the street. They find us, we go back to Vladivostok in sausage casings. Those red dragon mundaki don't screw around when it comes to protecting their turf. Who knows? Maybe Alexander was stupid and they caught him. Either way, we'll have to lug this crap to the drains for a few clicks. Several boxes near the two women bear a distinctive label. A magpie in flight. Oh. These are the people who stole all of Magpie's stuff. Interesting. The same emblem you saw stamped on Magpie's equipment in her shop. The orc woman sniffs the air suspiciously, and her eyes dart toward the dark tunnel you stand in. Nobody comes down here? Just nobody comes down here, I guess. Before you have a chance to get out of sight, she locks eyes with you. We're in a fight, aren't we? The orc lifts her chin as she regards you, cracking her knuckles. What have we here? A curious little pest come looking for things that don't concern him. What do we do with pests, Galina? Galina puts a hand on her shotgun's barrels. We break them, Vasilisa, and then we hammer a spike through each of their throats, so anyone who sees their bodies knows not to meddle in our affairs. I suggest you stay where you are, pest. The Wampoan elders know I'm down here. Do they? Start a fight, you're gonna have every drone and cyber junkie on those streets crawling up your ass. Some of the cockiness goes out of the Russian woman's eyes. She shifts back and forth nervously, shooting a glance at the orc. Finally, she lifts her shotgun, shining along the barrel. You think we're afraid of those little worms? You think we're afraid of you? Don't make me laugh. We could be out of here before they ever realize you're missing. You think those crazy chipheads will give a shit about what happens down here? I don't think so. Rakter chuckles lightly. You're very vizakon. Thieves. You steal and rob for your living. We're Shadowrunners. We kill people for our living. Which of us do you think will come out on top in this fight? I don't care what you're doing down here or what you've stolen. I mean, I kinda care what you've stolen, but only insofar as that gives me additional leads. We just want to find out who's been murdering the Wampoans. Oh, really? I don't have any of these things? You think I give a shit? Oh, there's Galina. You think I give a shit about what you're doing down here? None of that concerns me. So why the hell should we let you live? Because I know what happened to Alexander. Vasilissa's eyes narrow. She hisses her words through her teeth. If you've so much as touched him, your suffering will become the stuff of legend, I promise. Where is he? Alright, so I could just say this, but that implies that I did it, which I do not want to imply here. Still looking to get out of this without a fight, if possible. Of course, if they start something, I'll finish it. Let it be known, but... Sillier killer I'm looking for killed him. Why should we believe you? I think you're just lying to save your own skin. Right forearm, lighthouse tattoo, Russian words underneath that. The back of the hand, a skull inside a square. Sound familiar? Vasilisa and Galina exchange a significant glance. Okay, so you've seen his arm. That doesn't prove anything. You could have seen it on him. This, I'm getting pretty tired of this, is a little aggressive, so I guess I'll do the second one. I don't, like, these are basically the same thing. I don't even know what my decision is here. You're right. That is the act of someone very sick. We can talk peacefully, but keep your hands where I can see them. You took Magpie's keycards, didn't you? Yes, we did. Alexander took one earlier. He said he wanted to sweep the stockroom to see if there's anything worth stealing in it. Vasilisa tosses you a key card. Here. We don't have time for this. We have to move this gear. You want to play detective? Go right ahead. Cool. Can we talk? Like, is that allowed, or are you gonna fight me if we do that? You again. What now? Anything you could tell me about the murders I might not know. You think we get out a lot? I wouldn't have even known there were murders if I hadn't bothered to come out to get some soykaf last week. It's none of our business, and it isn't our problem. And I like it that way. Alright, well, see you later. So, Whampoa Garden. This is a different out than the other one? Oh, right here. Huh, that's a little more convenient. If I want to get back into the storm drains. Which, unclear that I want to get back into the storm drains. But now I have the key to her back room, which is not in here. It's in Mrs. Yang's. Where is Mrs. Yang's? Who or what is a Mrs. Yang's? Aha! Over here is probably a Mrs. Yang's. Magpie's stockroom. Okay, great. So the real question is, where was Alexander when the killer got to him? Alexander, not an elder. Previously, the killer has gone for only elders? And also Alexander for some reason? Why? Because Alexander got in his way? Food and mementos. Despite the table's crude construction, an artfully laid meal awaits the owner. Several small dishes are filled with pickled vegetables, while a larger plate is arranged with long slices of raw meat. The meat is a pale pinkish white, like raw pork, and is covered in a light soy marinade. Poking at the raw meat, you discover that it's surprisingly tender. What's more, it has the faint aroma of marinade, as if deliberately prepared. Eat some, leave the meat alone. How long has the meat been here? This is a weird choice. This is an extremely weird choice. But, I guess I should be consistent. Between the choice of leave it alone and don't leave it alone, I think I will never leave it alone. The flesh is a little tougher than you'd expect, but surprisingly flavorful. There's no bitterness or gristle to it. In a few moments, you finish the small piece, and it leaves only the barest hint of an aftertaste in your mouth. So, do I die now? Am I poisoned? What has happened here? Gobbet watches you eat, her mouth slowly falling open. All right, the lever. I know I love food, but you take it to a whole new level. I mean, we walked into a basement stockroom, which is obviously inhabited by somebody, and what's the first thing you do? Steal their dinner. That's just cold. Who do you think is even in here? Mementos. It's not like What's-Her-Face is alive. Who laid out the dinner, then? Real questions. What's up, Revens? How's it going? This box is packed full of odds and ends. It nearly overflows with a collection of knickknacks, souvenirs, and assorted personal effects. There's no rhyme or reason to the collection of items. They appear to have been thrown in haphazardly. Among the contents are charms from various temples, a wooden mask, and a paper fan. Very Scooby-Doo, I guess. Alright, examine the mask. The wooden mask is extremely light. It's been painted a pale white, and the surface is almost as smooth as porcelain. Delicate features and lifted eyebrows are matched with bright red lips and delicately carved teeth. The teeth have been stained a deep black. Oh. Alright. The small charms are square cloth packets, each approximately 1 inch wide and 3 inches tall. They come in a variety of bright colors and are embroidered with characters for prosperity, peace, wealth, and protection. Inside each appears to be a folded paper prayer or fortune written in Japanese. Japanese? Why? They don't speak Japanese in Hong Kong. Who's done this? We know one person who's Japanese. Does that mean Keita lives here? In the stockroom? That's a weird place for Keita to live. Examine the paper fan. Unfolding the fan, you tilt it up toward the light to examine it. The image depicts an East Asian city from the 19th century or earlier. Curved roofs at sunset beside a deep blue river. 2 ships sail down the river, which is in turn spanned by a long wooden bridge. In the foreground, laborers carry buckets along the shore as a man on horseback rides in the opposite direction. In the distance, a pair of large red buildings dominate the city skyline. 1 large temple hall and a 5-tiered pagoda. Very Scooby-Doo is the eating food from strange places. I guess so, yeah. That does seem like a Scooby-Doo thing to do. You said very Scooby-Doo, and I thought about, like, the show as a whole, as opposed to Scooby-Doo as a specific character. But yeah, you're right. If Scooby-Doo spies something edible, nothing in the verse is going to stop him from eating it. Alright, well, I guess we're leaving the box alone. As you step away from the box, you hear a slight click in the distance, the sound of the door's latch shutting. You're no longer alone in the stockroom. Who the hell? Standing before you was a man... Oh. That was human meat. That was human meat. Standing before you was a man clad in heavy armor and bearing a katana on his hip. His skin is an ashen gray, his eyes dead white. His teeth are jagged and appear quite sharp. This is no man. This is a ghoul. The ghoul's blind eyes search back and forth as it regards you. It cannot see you, but you have a sense that it knows exactly where you are at all times. Ah, a hired gun. No doubt brought to bear against me by the Wampoan elders. A means by which they can lift the curse plaguing them. I salute your tenacity, but I wonder, will you hear me out before raising your weapon to kill me? I mean, I stole your dinner. The least I can do is listen to you. You don't seem interested in eating me. Yes, I am not only talking, I am reasoning as well. And since you have not attempted to kill me, your own higher faculties are engaged. I am a curiosity to you. The ghoul bares his teeth, breath rasping over them as he inhales. You wish to know not only what I am, but what I have done. As for who, you may call me Gaichu. Guess I'm a cannibal now? I'm not a cannibal unless it was orc meat. Orcs eat humans all the time, right? That's pretty normal. Probably not. It's probably not pretty normal. You're the one killing the Wampoan elders. You are correct. I have killed all of the Wampoan elders to date, though only Elder Magpie was according to my initial plan. I regret the deaths of the other elders, but it was necessary. What does Gaichu mean? Harmful insect. It's the name I have taken for myself, since the word is usually applied to pests, especially ones who drink blood, such as leeches and mosquitoes. The first character means injury or evil influence, and the second means insect or worm. Did you seriously name yourself after a mosquito? You're out here killing people and eating their meat, and you've named yourself after a mosquito? This is a man who is not concerned with rep, clearly. This affair began simply enough. As you may surmise, I am not someone who can be seen in public without great risk. Wampoa Garden is an excellent place to hide. No police or triad presence, and minimal interest in things that lurk in the shadows. Unfortunately for me, Elder discovered me through communion with her spirits. Rather than kill or chase me away, she came to me with a proposition. Yo! Elder Aang actually responsible for the killings? I kind of had an inkling that maybe it was going to go that direction. That maybe she hired someone to take out the people who were kind of standing in her way. But, like, I didn't like it. And the other elders were having problems with one of their number. An elder named Magpie had been holding many of their plans hostage, and would not budge. They could not remove Magpie, however, because her services were too useful to the Wampoans at large. Offered me payment to dispose of Magpie,
and I accepted.
Wait a minute. If her services were too useful, how come she's killable? Like, wouldn't killing her be, like, removing her? Wouldn't that feels like two similar things to me? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Found some in her drain.
Ah, unfortunate. I had thought I was careful enough. Having it on my hands must have obscured my sense of smell enough that I missed the last remnants in the drain. I disposed of Magpie's body by emptying the blood in her bathroom, and I cut her up into more portable pieces. Those were placed in a plastic tarp, which I took to the storm drains and hid.
Gaichu nonchalantly waves a hand, his tone flat and unconcerned.
It's unfortunate, but my survival depends upon consumption of raw metahuman flesh. Letting such nourishment go to waste would be a foolish error.
Why kill the other elders, then?
I contacted the elders, not in person, of course, and they arranged to exchange payment. I assumed that since the job was done, would be a woman of her word.
Baring his teeth, Gaichu hisses his next words across clenched teeth.
I was mistaken. I arrived at the nearby parking garage the elders had told me about. They had cleared out the other Wampoans under some pretense, though I'm not sure what ruse they used. The elders never showed up. Instead, several members of the Hong Kong police force arrived. They were more heavily armed than usual, so I suspect they knew something of my nature.
Wow, this is a deep conspiracy. I heard about the fight. You expect me to believe you took on a police squad and won?
Of course. I have survived as a ghoul for some years now on the streets of Hong Kong. If that isn't evidence of my tenacity, I doubt any words I could say to you will change your mind.
I mean, your armor's pretty dope, and that katana looks scary.
A betrayal of that sort cannot stand. Not only was I not paid for my time and effort, the Wampoan elders treated me like a common animal. And I am so much more than that. Reputation is everything, and I had none. I had hoped to build a network of contacts so that I would be able to continue finding work. But with that treachery, my hopes were dashed. I decided to become the monster that they feared. One by one, I have eliminated them. They know how to contact me, and could have ended their nightmare at any time by making amends. I would have asked for more money, but I would have ceased my hunt. Yet they did not. Instead, they contacted you, no doubt asking you to eliminate me where the police had failed. So I ask you, what now? What will you do? Will you attempt to finish what the Wampoans started? Or will you treat me with the same humanity I have shown you?
Oh boy. Let's ask some questions. Why would the elders have killed you instead of paying you?
Any number of reasons. They are notorious cheapskates, and will always try to save money when dealing with outsiders.
But they're still hiring other people to come clear up their issue. Like, Kindly Cheng isn't just doing this as a favor to them. She's getting paid, right? Unless I'm mistaken, and she's not getting paid? Which seems very weird for Kindly Cheng.
It could be their natural inclination toward profit. They may regard me as subhuman, and therefore unworthy of respect. Could be that they felt I was too dangerous to allow to live. Could even be that they simply did not like me. The net result is the same, however. They reneged on a deal we brokered and attempted to have me killed. A message must be sent. Blood must be paid. As they have hired you to kill me, they have obviously not learned their lesson.
Did you eat the elders? I know the answer to this question, but I should probably ask it anyway.
Some of them, not all. My condition requires that I consume raw metahuman flesh. I do not require a great deal to survive, perhaps 3 to 4 pounds per week. Consequently, there is vastly more supply than demand.
What a way to phrase that. Okay, but, well, it's good to know that you're not, like, needing to go on a rampage, slaughtering people for their food in order to, like, for their meat in order to survive, right? Like, if he can survive entirely on being an assassin, being hired to kill people, and then eating them afterwards, like, I'm not out here just killing assassins, right? Like, assassins have a place in this world. If you live, what will you do?
Kill the rest of the elders, and anyone else they send to exterminate me. It is a matter of survival. Should I ever have the opportunity to work freelance again, potential employers need to understand the price of betrayal. These murders are my curriculum vitae in revenge.
Okay, then.
Oh, what then will you do? How will this story end?
Come and work with me. I can be your face. That's a hell of an offer. Wow. Wow. Do I think my allies are going to be on board with working with a ghoul? That's a lot to ask of them. The gun show will be freaking the hell out if we bring Gaichu home with us. I guess if I do this, then it's my responsibility to keep him fed, which that's a lot. But honestly, if I can convince him not to kill the elders and just come with us instead, then that accomplishes my job just as well as killing him.
A curious offer. And what of the elders? Will you allow me the satisfaction of killing them?
I want to see what they have to say first.
I would counsel you not believe their words, but you have the sound of one who is wary as a matter of course. Very well. Let us wait until a bit later in the night. Most pedestrians will be off the street, and it will be easy for us to approach the Wampoa without being noticed.
Sounds like a plan. Alright, well, I guess we got a ghoul coming with us. Who is this? Tang has his drone. This is Ip. I don't know who this is. Is this Porter? This looks like we're going to get in a fight, doesn't it? This looks extremely like we're going to get in a fight. Let's get everybody in the room. Maybe position ourselves accordingly. Is this cover? If I click this button, am I immediately in combat with them? Or can I use it to just scope out the space? Like, can I unclick this button once I've clicked it? Direct question. If anybody has an answer to this question, feel free to answer. When I click this button, can I unclick it and be not in combat again? Because I kind of want to be able to figure out what the lay of the land is when in combat before talking to them and starting the fight, which is inevitably going to occur. Sounds like nobody has that answer. Alright, well then I will err on the side of not clicking the button. We can try this out somewhere else. As you approach, Elder Ng's eyes widen. Her mouth falls open and the veins on her neck bulge.
What are you doing? You've brought this thing into our home. Quick, kill it before it kills us.
Porter hefts his pistol warily, but does not aim it at anyone. Yeah, I have to say, this isn't a good idea. Why the hell is a ghoul in here? And why is it wearing armor? Calm yourselves. I am not an it, and your elders know this intimately. Gaichu bares his teeth in a rictus grin as he turns to face. Good evening, elder. I can smell your fear, and I'm glad of this. It means you are learning the price of betrayal. Whoa, what the hell is going on here? Can someone explain to me why the ghoul is talking? Gaichu had a contract with the elders and they betrayed him. Yep, that's the answer. You dare to accuse us of conspiring with a monster and covering it up? You're insane. The very idea is preposterous. I'm interested. Porter nods at the elders, looking back at you with a wary expression. I'm interested to hear what kind of evidence you have to support this theory, the lever. As far as I can tell, this monster killed Tong and the others, and that makes him a threat that should be eliminated. Which of these is a better line? I think it is important to state that the elders hired Gaichu, rather than just they betrayed Gaichu. You believe this vermin? This creature that feasts on our metahuman flesh, that kills and dismembers our tribesmen? You are a naive and foolish man if that's the case. Spits on the ground in front of Gaichu. What proof do you have that Magpie is dead? Please. In matters where an elder is accused of breaking our law, the other elders generally judge them. In matters where all of them have been accused, I am authorized to act as judge. Make your case, Shadowrunner. Found Magpie's necklace in the storm drains. Porter takes a moment to examine the necklace. He nods at you. This is definitely Elder Magpie's. But if you found it in the storm drain, that's suspicious, yet hardly proof on its own. Of course it's not proof. The number of things lost down storm drains in Hong Kong must number in the tens of thousands per year. While unusual, it's hardly evidence of foul play. There was a large amount of blood in her shower drain. So what? So perhaps she cut herself and washed the cut off. Or perhaps you are mistaken about being blood. You are simply guessing as to what happened. That's true. It's a guess. And even if it is her blood, that doesn't prove that the elders hired this ghoul to kill her. Porter gives Elder Ip a sidelong glance. The elders have always protected Whampoa Garden to the best of their ability. She hasn't been seen in a month. She wouldn't just disappear like that. That may be unlikely, but it's hardly impossible. You haven't established that the elders were involved. All you've done is make suppositions about it. What proof do you have that we hired and betrayed this creature? I won't sit by and listen to idle accusations without any kind of concrete evidence to back it up. What about the fight with the HKPF? How do you mean? What does that have to do with the elders and the ghoul? Whampoans don't allow police inside the area. Why make an exception this time? The police were polite and asked our permission to enter. They were hunting a non-Whampoan. That was reason enough for us to allow them in. Porter considers this for a moment, then shakes his head. That doesn't add up, Aang. Why would the police ask us for entry now? They've never been polite before. They've always tried to force their way in here. It just doesn't ring true to me. Did you ask them to come? In order to hunt down this ghoul? Preposterous! Porter, you know what our community is like. We wouldn't lie over something like this. This ghoul has been lying the entire time, trying to cover his tracks. He's still brutally murdered several elders. That's true. Those murders were vicious and cruel. Porter fixes you with a hard stare. I don't see any way to explain that away. This ghoul is a monster for how he killed Tong and the others. Okay, so all of these are the same, so it's a matter of which of them I think is more convincing. Oh, I wanted to ask if the gun icon thing in the upper right corner, I know it takes you into combat, allows you to draw on people before you get it forced into combat. If I click it, can I unclick it, is the question I had. Like, especially in this situation, if I click it, am I forced into combat with them? Or can I click it, like, get a layout of the land and then unclick it, click it again, and get out of combat? Don't believe I can unclick it. Well, unfortunate. I think I like these two better than I like this one. Maybe this one?
That's correct. I struck a single blow while his back was to me. His death was instant. Regrettable that he had to die for your folly, but necessary to protect my reputation.
Glares at Gaichu in stony silence before addressing Porter.
You cannot believe what these people say. They are not to be trusted. And even if this is true, he still killed Tong.
Porter looks back at his expression flat and without emotion.
Maybe so, but a monster would not take Tong's suffering into account. He may be a killer, but he's not heartless.
Made to look more horrific than it was.
I believe you. The blood smeared on the walls, the removal of his skin. That's a scene designed to evoke horror, not the scene of an actual fight. Elders, what do you have to say in response? This is a farce. We have dedicated ourselves to protecting the Wampoan tribe and everyone who lives in Wampoa Garden. Do you really believe outsiders and monsters over our word? We who have only tried to end the killings? You've been duped, Porter. You and this Shadowrunner. I concur. Porter, you know me. You know the kind of person I am. I wouldn't be party to the killing of another elder.
I can't believe we're even entertaining the notion that we have to defend ourselves. We should be disposing of this ghoul instead. Tang narrows his eyes at you, hissing. If you think I'll forget this, you're sorely mistaken. I will not tolerate this kind of insult. Magpie's gear was missing. Obviously missing. Pure supposition. You think it proves something that I didn't notice equipment was missing? Magpie's shop is always a horrible mess. Tang, you did a full inventory of Magpie's Matrix servers. You assured us everything was running fine and you would be able to continue her work. I find it hard to believe you missed something as obvious as missing equipment, especially while searching her stock. The Red Spears? What about the Red Spears? That's right. Ip, you even told me not to go find out what happened with the fight. You said the Red Spear gangers were moving in and to leave them alone. Why would you tell me not to look into it? I was only trying to protect you from the Red Spears. They're dangerous, which is why I wanted to deal with them directly. That's all I got. All right. I think I have some idea of what's going on here. And what do you believe the real story is? The waters are muddy on this matter. The ghoul seems to be telling some of the truth, and I respect that. But the fact remains, he is a dangerous creature who's killed many of our number. I didn't have enough evidence. Presumably, if I had been able to get into the Red Spears area and get some more evidence, I might have been able to sway Porter Lamb here. Which would have been nice. Our law is clear on this. He must die. You seem to be blameless in this, the Lever. What do you say to this decision? Okay, everybody is a dangerous creature. There is no question in my mind that any person here is just as dangerous as Gaichu. He's not too dangerous to let live. He killed your elders. I agree with that. That does seem to be a problem. But I don't like your logic.
Then you too must die. Ip!
Welp, I guess we're fighting the Wampoan Elders. Bad news. What a way for this to play out. Jesus. I have a feeling Maximum Law is not going to be particularly happy about this. Oh, I didn't bring any of my, I didn't bring any consumables. I didn't bring any, spirits, fetishes. I can punch, I can acid bolt, I can armor, and I can haste. Well, let's start with the drone, shall we? Increasing its quickness and strength for 1 round. Overclocks. How do I make the drone be active? Oh no, I did a thing. That wasn't the thing I wanted to do. Control mode. Damage 12. Damage 8. Damage 8 with stun. Oh, I do like stun. Who do I think is going to be a bigger problem? Ip? Probably Ip. Or maybe the drone haver out here, Elder Tang? The Doberman Mark II. It's not that big a deal. I guess we don't know what Aang is going to be like. Don't I have an ability that strips armor? Well, I certainly have a grenade shot. But I don't want to hit my allies, who are in the middle of everything. So I think we are not shooting a grenade here. Pierces armor. That's not what I was looking for. I don't think any of these abilities are the abilities I'm looking for. What can you do? The opener attack in the water stance chain. What the f... Wild? Water stance, metal stance, heaven stance. Dope? No positive or negative effects. Cycles through 3 attacks in sequence. Attacks will do AP damage or reduced HP damage. And in exchange, your dodge is increased by 1, and you take 2 less damage from all attacks. This stance cycles through 3 attacks in sequence. Both crit and crit multiplier are raised, however dodge is reduced and you take extra damage from attacks. Whoa. This is a more defensive stance, this is a more aggressive stance. Yeah, let's go the defensive stance, because I want to do AP damage. I really like AP damage. Alright, we got 2 stun boys over here. Love that for me. Come easier to hit. Yeah, alright. Do you have... Ah, this is what I wanted. We have a biotech knowledge with Raptor, so I can see people's HP. Oh, Porter Lamb doesn't have that much HP. 60, 50, 40. So let's see if we can take out Tang then. Tang seems like a good next target. Who's going to deal the most damage, though, is the real question. May hit adjacent characters. Am I okay with that? Yeah, probably. Maybe we'll start on the Doberman instead of Elder Tang, because these will do very, very little damage to my main character. But then, if I do that, I can't haste. I have to decide if losing the haste is worth it. Damage 9. So really, we're getting more damage out of the drone than anything else. Can you haste the drone? You cannot haste the drone. Alright, I don't think I'm going to get more than 12 damage out of a haste cast. Pretty weak. That was pretty good, though. Do it again. Aww. Acid? What's your HP at? 15 HP. Okay, so we do still need to do some more damage here. Not that I have a good way of doing more damage here. What I can do is armor myself. Blocked. Love the blocked. Blocked is pretty good. These two are stunned still, but I don't know if that lasts. They'll probably be awake next round, and there's only so much we can do about that. Repairing the most recent battle damage. Neat. You can also shoot, but let's give your AP to the drone. We do need to kill Lamb, so let's kill Lamb. How are you missing at a 99%? Are you kidding me? How much HP does he have left? I want to be able to click on... Alright, this will probably kill him. You don't have anything better to do than Acid Bolt, so I guess let's Acid Bolt. This... seems like a good place for that business. Oh yeah, super good. Well done. You... do I stick with this stance? Or just go aggressive? %75% damage. I feel like I would rather move off and then back in. And get back to stance 1. Yeah, for the extra AP damage. Aw, miss. Brutal. We need a reload. I could have marked him. That would have been a good idea. Nice. Nice miss. Alright, yeah, we got this cleaned up. This was not a problem at all. Time to go aggressive. What is my chance to hit here? 1,000,000. Good. I am okay with hasting you up. I do no damage here. So let's get that last hit in. Pretty sure the robot can knock her out. Let's make sure the robot can knock her out. And then over here, 64 is pretty high, or pretty low. Maybe I can stun him again. That would be fun. Yup. Superb. Increases accuracy, strength, and repairs. Or just shoot, I guess? I mean, he's stunned, right? Pretty easy shoot. Maybe we'll increase Isabel's chance to hit, and then Isabel will hit harder. Make sure that Isabel lands a shot here. And then it's the next round, which means... like, this was always going to be easy. As the elders fall to the floor, you stop and survey the carnage around you. It is accomplished. No more betrayers alive. No more worry that others may think they can take advantage of me. Lead the way. I look forward to our new business partnership. I really hoped that I was going to be able to convince Porter. That's too bad. I think it was always going to end in a fight, but it is a shame that I wasn't able to convince someone of the righteousness of our cause. Or rather, the lack of righteousness in, the Elder's cause. So this, right? It cannot currently click the button. Oh, interesting. I didn't realize it was only clickable under specific circumstances. Alright, so... return to Heoi. Do we think Kindly Chang is gonna be mad at me now? Like, I'm sure this is not the result that she wanted. Achievement unlocked. Ronin. Really? Ah. Get Gaichu to join your crew. Well, I suppose. Yeah, I'm about to return to Heoi. Alright, back to Heoi it is. Yeah, I feel like Kindly Chang is gonna have some words with me. Like, I think this is going to put her in a bad position with regards to, like, the politics of the Triad and Whampoa. How bad's the fallout from finishing off the Elders? We're gonna find out. The MTR rockets noiselessly toward Heoi along the edge of Kowloon Bay. The black water glitters in the night with the light of 1,000 reflected storefronts. Gaichu stares sightlessly out the window, one hand pressed to the glass. The Whampoan Elders are dead. They forced your hand and paid the price for it. Their story was a cleverly crafted lie, meant to put the ghoul to death for their greed. But was the trade you made worth it? The uncertainty of that choice is as clouded as the sky above you. Isabel has no words for this, by the way. Of course, we know that Isabel doesn't get along with the Elders already. But she apparently has no opinion. Things went the way they went. Karma gained 8. Ah, we can claim payment. Who are we claiming payment from? This is a real question. Yeah, we can go claim payment, I guess. But, like, wouldn't the Wampoan elders be the ones who would be paying us? Like, that's... Who is Steven Dynamite? I don't remember you. A disheveled man in filthy rags teeters on the sidewalk, wobbling on unsteady legs. His bloodshot eyes dart about desperately, and the acrid sweet odor that wafts off of him buzzes unpleasantly in your nostrils. You okay, man?
You have to help me, man.
His teeth grind as his grip tightens. His hand feels like a vise.
I need your help.
Whose side are we on this week comes to mind. Oh. Say the magic word first. The man yanks you closer. Your eyes are watering from his pungent proximity. Still, you notice that his tattered clothing bears designer logos.
Please, please, take handsomely a message from me.
Never heard of him.
I'm Steven Dynamite.
He nods eagerly, desperation in his eyes. A sluggish tongue wipes itself over the cracked skin of his lips. Wow. Boy, they do really good at descriptions in this game.
Look, you gotta help me. I've been poisoned. That crap that Lee sold me put bad things in my head. Whenever I close my eyes, I see dark, narrow tunnels. So many hands grabbing, razor-sharp teeth gnawing. The children!
You talking about hallucinations? The junkie stares into space. A faint trickle of saliva makes its way down his chin.
No, not exactly. More like nightmares. They feel very real. Teeth, biting, faces. Faces I knew.
His trembling voice trails off. You know, the whole nightmare thing has been going around. It's not just you.
Oh, it isn't that. I'm telling you, I was poisoned. I know it. You'll help me, won't you?
I'll do what I can.
Tell Lee what he's done to me. That I need relief. Tell him I want...
What do you want?
I want my money back.
His reedy voice wavers, but he stops and says no more. Poisoned nightmares, money back. Got it. Okay. Want your money back. Yeah, Alright, buddy. Alright.
Just come back. And hurry.
Who the hell... Optional get some rest. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Who is Handsome Lee? I'm putting off talking to Max Law, I think. Maybe we'll just talk to Max directly. Maybe we won't talk to Max. I don't want to roll up to Maximum Law and be like, I killed the elders. Maybe we should talk to Miss Cheng first about these results. Handsome Lee. Oh, we found Handsome Lee. It's muggy out, even for Heioi in monsoon season. You pause to mop your brow. Suddenly, you feel eyes upon you. As you glance up, you meet the tranquil, searching gaze of a man half hidden in the shadows. Hey, nice suit, buddy. He's wearing a crisp, white, tailored suit. Shirt. Oh, crisp white shirt, yes. Shirt sleeves neatly rolled, with a dark gray silk tie and smart black trousers. If he's sweating, you don't see it. The man tilts his head ever so slightly in greeting. A newcomer. Welcome. He flashes you a brilliant smile, eyes glinting with amusement. You can just barely detect a faint trace of an accent in his voice. Handsome Lee's the name. Purveyor of enhanced sensory experiences. I can see that you've got some tales to tell. You're not from around here, are you? His smile flickers briefly. He's got a decent poker face, but you can see that he's rattled. And, why do you ask? Because Heioi street dealers are too busy to use such flowery language. Ah. He fidgets uncomfortably. You're right. I'm not from Heioi. Where are you from, then? I was born in Taiwan, forced to flee during the Nationalist War. I hear you have,
slight accent as well. Seattle?
Emphasis on the slight. The corner of his lip curls smugly. It's your move, apparently. Good guess. Redmond Barons. Handsome Lee suddenly fixes you with his gaze, sizing you up. His face is impassible.
Nasty place.
Toughen me up. Nothing to be ashamed of.
I know just what you mean. My own life experiences have left me ready for anything. But we can discuss this another time, yes? Let us now talk about business. I am a businessman, after all. So how about it, friend?
He opens his jacket, revealing a myriad of small, bulging pockets sewn into the interior lining.
Can I show you my wares?
I'm not super interested in the SimSense stuff, but I did run into someone with a message for you. Handsomely beckons you closer with a languid gesture.
I think I can guess. Stephen Dynamite?
He coolly raises an eyebrow at you. How'd you know?
It was about time for him to contact me. I know his cycles very well.
He gives you a knowing nod.
He's one of my most loyal customers.
Not for long, Lee. The latest batch you sold him sent him on a really bad trip. He pauses thoughtfully.
Interesting. And what does he want from me?
What do you think? He wants his Nuyen back. He straightens abruptly from his elegant slouch and juts his chin out.
There was absolutely nothing wrong with my latest creation. It was painstakingly designed to elevate the senses and titillate the spirit, a smooth high that I have indulged in myself. Now, if the unfortunate Stephen happened to dilute my masterpiece with other lesser substances, I can hardly be held responsible.
His tone of finality is unmistakable. You don't get it. I don't care whether your drugs work or not. I just want Steve's money. I don't like either of these. I don't like that I got so invested in this. I'm just delivering a message, alright? I feel like that's all I'm going to do here. I don't want either of these. So where do I go from here? Given that I want neither of these things. Not having the option to just bail out and walk away. Yeah, exactly. Like, I really should have a, hey, I'm just the messenger, take it up with your loyal customer kind of response. Alright, I guess I just want Steve's money? He stares at you for a long moment, then reaches into his breast pocket. With a deft motion, he pulls out a small packet and presents it to you.
There is no money. Not anymore. I have expenses, just as I'm sure that you do. But here, give this to Stephen with my regards.
What's in the package?
A freebie. It's what our dear Stephen Dynamite really wants, whether he'll admit it or not. Deliver it with my compliments.
And this freebie of yours, is it supposed to cure his nightmares? The dealer regards you steadily.
Course not, but it will bring relief. If I'm not mistaken, that's what Stephen is itching for right about now. Correct?
Yeah, sure, I'll go with that. Relief is what he wanted. Great. The dealer nods sagely.
I told you that I know Stephen well enough to guess when he'll be desperate for another hit.
So is his addiction the entire problem? Is that why he's suffering so much? Lee shakes his head slowly.
No. I'm just not surprised to hear from him now, because it was time. But I can't explain these unusual dreams he's having. Anyway,
he holds the packet out toward you and gives it a shake.
Take this. Give it to him. It should help him, at least in the short term.
Alright. Bliss. Oh. Alright, well, I guess we'll give him his bliss. I guess I could just take the bliss. But, Stephen Dynamite lolls on the sidewalk. While he jerks less as he moves, his skin has taken on a gray hue, and his chest heaves with each labored breath. You doubted me! I'm disappointed, Steve-O! This is horrifying. I will not be using this line. His sunken eyes swivel towards you. He wets his parched lips and addresses you. Hello. I'm relieved to see you. Thought you might not return. Can't trust anyone. This is a bad place. Hey, Steve. Hate to say it, but you're not looking so hot. Fat tears begin to cascade down his dirty, ruined face. I don't want to sleep because of these nightmares. I'm ravenous. So ravenous. But food makes me ill. Got the shakes real bad, too. I just want this to end. The junkie slumps in place. Furrowing his brow, he responds with difficulty. Anyway, thanks for talking to that little bastard for me. So, you got my money? Lee didn't have your money. He gave me this to pass off to you instead. The junkie's eyes light up at the sight of the packet from Handsome Lee. Oh. Just to warn you, it's the exact same stuff that you thought was poison. The man waves his hand dismissively. I must have been delirious or high at the time. Give it to me. This is a terrible idea. Can't get any worse. Hand that packet over. Alright! It's up to him. I'm not getting that far involved. Before you take that, I want to ask you about those dreams. He looks up at you suddenly suspicious. You want to ask about my dreams? Why? 'Cause I've been having bad dreams too. He stares you in the eye and his voice drops to a sharp whisper. These aren't like ordinary dreams. They're visions. They're so real. I've put all kinds of substances into my body, and I've never experienced anything like this. You were practically raving the last time we talked. Explain them clearly. He nods, though his tongue stumbles and stalls as he speaks. I'm walking through a series of dark, narrow halls. It stinks to high heaven, and I run into more and more people as I move forward. The people are jostling me, but I'm starving, like I haven't eaten for days. I just want some food, so I press on. I start seeing children in the crowd, children with terrible burns, disfigured faces. All these people are grabbing at me. He begins to tremble from head to foot, and his eyes bulge. Then I see teeth all around me. I feel the teeth on me. Bathed in sweat from the effort of speaking, he cradles his head in his arms. Steve's really been going through a lot of stuff, huh? Poor Steve. Okay, you must know that the drugs are making these worse, right? Junkie gives a weary smile. Because I need them. I used to get my kicks from explosives. I loved blowing up stuff, seeing glass splintering, solid walls disintegrating, flames licking the sky. Not anymore. Now I stick to needles and pills. Hang on, you blew stuff up? I was a bomb maker. I designed custom ordnance. It was a dream job. Plus, it was very lucrative. He rubs his thumb and forefinger together, then snaps. Megacorps couldn't get enough of the devices I invented. I was too high on my own ego to wonder what they were up to. Oh, what were they up to then? They were fueling wars.
They often manage to sell to both sides in conflicts all over the world. Casualties be damned.
War profiteering is as old as war itself.
Yeah. War. I thought my bombs were used in wars against militias, mercenaries, armies. I didn't think of them as people. But the weapons I developed got used against civilian targets.
The man starts digging his rough fingernails into his palms so hard that tiny crescents of blood stain his palms.
I'm from Guizhou. Sichuan has taken over much of the province, but pockets of resistance remain. These are big political struggles, actions removed from the lives of ordinary people. Yet the village where I grew up in Guizhou was annihilated. These were tobacco farmers, winemakers, peasants, not military.
War never changes. Yup. God, that's such an iconic line. Tears leak from the man's eyes, tracing narrow lines down his filthy cheeks.
I recognize the distinctive patterns, the traces that were left behind. These were my bombs, used to shatter the landscape of my childhood.
Okay. Think I'm getting it.
I guess that I must be feeling guilty about the bombs, huh? All of the blood on my hands. I can feel it all the time. I just like bombs. I didn't want anyone to get hurt.
He clutches his face, sobbing.
How am I ever gonna make this go away? How will I live with myself? The drugs help me forget, but...
He shakes his head, a look of utter hopelessness on his face. I mean... Boy, these are some answers. Do something to undo the harm. I mean... That's pretty broad, pretty vague. I don't know that he's going to be pretty creative at this point. You could stop wallowing in self-pity. That'd probably help. When has this advice ever helped anybody? Hey, stop feeling bad. Just feel better. Huh? Have you tried just feeling better? Helping some kids or stealing your bomb schematics back. That's not a bad idea. That's a little bit more directed. Want to rewatch all the Fallout intro cinematics? I'm sure they're up on YouTube. Sure, I like that plan.
Helping kids. Stealing my...
The junkie sways mutely in place, gnawing on his chapped lower lip.
I wouldn't know where to begin. Need time to think.
Children are the future, man. Yeah, children are the future. Help out the children. Teach them another language or something. The man lowers himself into a squat and hugs his knees, his gaze somewhat absent and his cheeks glazed with tears.
There are a couple of shelters where I used to crash when I was less down and out than I am now. There were lots of families. I could help out.
The man pauses, licking his lips, his mouth feeling for the right words.
But in the end, I probably need to go home, to Guizhou, when I can bring myself to... Tell you what, I'll think about it.
He nods eagerly.
I'll think real hard.
Thinking about... okay, honestly, let's be real here. You do need to do something.
Yeah, I will.
His face fills up with something you hadn't seen there before. Determination.
I will. I promise.
Well, that's pretty good. That is an outcome. Alright, now let's go to kindly. Ah, we have level 2 here. Red Samurai, active defense. Gains a defensive ability that adds +2 armor and +1 dodge for 1 AP. Interesting. Gain ability Rip. Does an additional 2 damage and 2 bleeding damage for 2 rounds. Costs 1 AP. Well then. Huh. I don't think either of these are abilities that I will use very often. Considering I have a sword, I don't know why I would be clawing at people. 2 damage, additional 2 damage and 2 bleeding damage. What are your abilities, my friend? Can I see him? I want to know what his claw ability is. If he claws for 2 more damage, is that better than swinging a sword? Probably not. Yeah, let's just go with the Red Samurai. Maybe I will use his defensive ability at some point. Alright, I do want to talk to Kindly about how this shook out. Sailor? 3 people, possibly locals, are busily hunched over, avidly discussing something beneath their breath. From the looks of them, they appear to be sailors, rough-hewn clothes stained by salt, leathery skin, and an acute awareness of being on land. You watch their feet shuffle awkwardly on the docks. Their whispers are just within earshot. No, I asked Crafty, and she said the same. Them dreams is bad. Think we'll lose 'em at sea? Supposed to set out soon to make that delivery. What if they follow us? See the man shudder. I don't think so. Crafty said these things is just affecting right here for now. The first sailor points to the ground. Soon as we sail, the dreams will stop. Hey! The third sailor sees you and taps her friend on the arms. They shoot upright. One examines his fingernails. Another coughs loudly and begins to hum. And the last pretends she didn't see you. But when they sense your continued stare, the third speaks up. What are you looking at, Landy? There was a merchant selling goods here? Was there? I don't remember there being a merchant selling goods here, but okay. I guess I'll ask this question. The 3 sailors' suspicions turn into smirks. One snickers to herself. Merchant, he says. That crook didn't so much as leave as he was chased off by Kindly. No sales permit. Not a big loss, though. The local shops have way better stuff than that small-time hustler. Why don't you look around? You'll find the shop owners here more friendly towards you now that you've gotten the okay from Kindly. Thanks for the tip. Right, and stay careful around these parts. So about the dreams. Seems anyone who comes by these parts is having them. As soon as they leave, the dreams stop. Right eerie it is. Any leads on why? We don't know much ourselves. We've only just returned from our last delivery, but the dreams ambushed us fast enough. Hey, what about that Crafty? She runs the 5 phases, smart girl. Might know a thing or two about this. Ask her, she might have something more to say. She might have something more to say, I guess. Alright, so talking to Crafty is on the list of things to do. Does Kindly have any words for me? Kindly Cheng appears to be nearing the end of a harsh exchange with Strangler Bao, who is listening intently. So you tell that little pustule that Auntie Cheng isn't fucking happy, you get it? Not happy at all. Don't tell him that I'm displeased. Don't tell him that I didn't take it well. She slams her shot glass on the table. Tell him that I'm extremity chopping mad, and if he doesn't want what happened to ye to happen to him, he'd better get his head and his ass wired together and get me that payment. Today. She raises an eyebrow. Was that message clear enough, Mr. Bao? Yes, Mrs. Cheng. I'll explain things to him in terms he can understand. Bao steps back and becomes a meat statue once again. Cheng's voice turns treacle sweet when she sees you waiting for her. Ah, our newly minted Shadowrunner. How are you taking to your new role, the lever? There's a job. Not the life I'd choose. Presumably not the life I'd choose. Unclear what the life I chose was. They've never really told me. Maybe I get to make that up at some point. More like it's a job.
I have no doubt, my sweet. I could smell your pragmatism the moment we met. And how is Mr. Gunshow doing with his new life?
He should be okay. Needs some time to get used to it all.
Very good, my dear. Very good. Was there something specific you came to see me about?
Just checking in, Auntie. Pays to be in touch.
I agree, yes. Personal contact gets results. I have some good news for you. One of my people successfully planted a wiretap on the police's special duties unit. If news of your foster father or the plastic-faced man reaches them, it will reach me as well. So far, your foster father has proven a difficult man to find, and the plastic-faced man is, elusive. He's clearly someone who knows how to stay out of the public eye. But I have my network running working day and night, and I still have some favors that I can call in if need be. We'll find them both. It's only a matter of time. Until then, go about your business. I'm sure that more work will come your way any moment.
She glances back at Bao.
Now I have some pressing business to attend to. The kind that ends in parentless children. I'll talk to you later.
Alright, later it is. I guess we're not checking in regarding how things went with the elders. Bummer. So, am I getting paid for this job? That would be surprising to me, honestly. Who's this smuggler? Hey, what are you up to, smuggler? Hey, Smuggles. No, pal. Hey, Shadow Mage, how's it going? Two men in dirty synth leather jackets look up from the conversation at your approach. They both look haggard. Their shoulders slump with exhaustion. Neither appears to have shaved this morning. What do you want, man? We're talking here. New in town. Okay, to make all the connections I can get.
Chose the wrong day, stranger. We're moving further downstream. We're doing it today. Something wrong with this place. Too many bad dreams.
Yeah, tell me about it.
The kind that bite. You'll see it too if you stay here long enough. The long haul. The thing on the ivory crown.
I've already seen it.
Lots of people in town dreamed it, or something like it. And the folks I've talked to, there were a bunch of different versions. Some people turned away from the corridor, went down alleys, that kind of thing. I've never even set foot in the walled city before, stranger. So tell me, why the hell am I dreaming about it all of a sudden? I don't even know what the damn thing looks like on the inside.
I think there's something strange going on.
It's a curse. Nothing else it could be. Everyone knows that place is haunted. A living hell full of evil spirits and poison chi. If you're not careful, you'll wind up trapped inside with the rest of the human garbage.
His companion cuts in. You can catch a healthy whiff of alcohol in his breath.
That isn't gonna happen to us. No way. Only the lowest of the low wind up in the walled city. So like you said, we're going further downstream. As soon as our things are packed, we're out of here. Damn right. This place is a dump anyway. Let's try our luck in Macau. Hell with this place.
Best of luck then.
Could say the same to you. Staying here in Heioi after all. The three of us, you're the one who's most likely to need it.
Fair enough. Honestly, he's probably not wrong. So, let's see how this went. How did this go? Check your inbox. Vid about those dreams. Gobbet's face winks onto the screen. Her rats are perched precariously on her head. She holds a laser pointer clutched between her thumb and forefinger. Hey, Seattle. Hope I didn't catch you at a bad time. Watched the official debut stream of this game on Twitch many years ago. Stream had connections with Harebrained Schemes, so we interviewed with them, then played some of this along with some friends doing impromptu voiceover. That's super cool. Oh, that sounds like a lot of fun. My roommate has a group of friends that are sort of more like creative-y, righty types, and they do like group plays of games kind of like this with each person taking a voice. It's always seemed like a fun thing to be a part of.
Where am I here? She flicks the laser pointer and her rat's head swivel to the right to follow the motion. Why did I just say that? This is a recording. Doesn't matter if it's a bad time. Well, anyway, I was thinking about that talk that we had. You know, the dream talk about the nightmares and stuff. Another flick of the pointer. The rats' heads turn left, their noses twitching. I got a friend here in town. She runs the Parlor of 5 Phases. Sort of our local magic shop and talismonger. Name's Crafty.
Everybody's pointing me to Crafty, as if they don't know I've already talked to her.
Flick. The rat's heads turn upward to stare at the ceiling. Anyway, she's smart. Really smart. Her mom was sort of a local authority on all things magical, and the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. If you wanted to ask anyone in town about these dreams, she'd be the right one to choose.
Honestly, I should check in with Crafty since I told her, like, we got her to commit to actually doing a thing to look up information. So maybe she's found that information. You actually had to moderate that stream. Oh, it sounds like fun too. She taps a button on the laser pointer with her thumb, and the little red dot in the tip goes dark. The rats immediately tackle one another, rolling off her head and falling out of sight. Cute. She gets up, her head rising out of frame. Anyway, just thought it might help. If you've already been talking to Crafty, please disregard this message. Alright, I'm out. Peace. She punches a button and the screen goes dark. So, no bow and the canon voice of Duncan Wu were memes that came out of that. Oh, neat. Okay. Yeah, I am on board with Shadowrun, like, game-specific memes. That's kind of cool. It'd be funny if something like that came out of this playthrough. But, I don't know. We'll see. Attending a party. Oh. The lever. I need you to come to the parlor. A friend and business partner of mine named Dr. Shen Yang has need of your services. Something about attending a fancy party in Repulse Bay. He was unwilling to give me the details. I think he wanted to size you up himself. Ooh. Didn't I just come in? I guess I had to read this before I talked to her? Okay, fine. From Isabel. Duncan asked me to do some digging on my own into Raymond's history. I guess he doesn't trust Kindly Chang to give him the full story. Understandable. Wouldn't trust Kindly Chang as far as I can throw her. Although, I could probably throw her pretty far, given the opportunity. I can't say I blame him, since she'd hide things from us if it was in her best interest to do so. So I've been poking around various corners of the Matrix, trying to dig up what I can. Good. Most sinners leave a data trail the size of an aircraft carrier in their wake. Working backward in time, Raymond starts out that way, but it slowly tapers away into nothingness. I can find some basic records in Seattle, power, utilities, a couple of public discussion sites I signed up for, but the further back I get, the less I find. The craziest part is this. Prior to 2032, I can't find anything at all. And that shouldn't be possible. It's like Raymond didn't exist before then. Huh! What are the odds? I wonder what that means about Raymond. New identity? Not a real person? Impossible, maybe? Actually out doing something tonight? Oh. You went and saw the movie Bullet Train. I have no idea what Bullet Train is, but I'll believe you that it's a movie. Fun movie? Good. Keep digging, take me a while, sure. One unread message? Alright, well, let's read another message, I suppose. Preface bypassed. Yo, come see me if you have a chance. I have a trade opportunity. Do you? Maximum Law. Huh. Matrix, Wampoa Integrated Hub, meet Law's Technology Palace. Done is what happens when I rain the fire. Why am I not surprised to find out that Maximum Law has an anime quote in his signature? Alright, jobs directory. Claim payment. You submit the job as finished. From Kindly Chang. Okay, yes, correct. I asked you to solve a problem, and your method of solving it is to kill the people I was doing a favor for? Half a mind to throw you into the goddamn bay. Oh, got money, though. Still, the Wampoans are now more afraid of me than ever, and money started flowing again, so I suppose that's something. Yeah, I didn't think this was gonna go over so well, but I got paid, so all's good. I've attached your payment, though Wampoans made it explicitly clear that they wouldn't have paid at all, except to ensure that you never come back to the gardens. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Next time, try not to fuck the job up so much I may not be as forgiving. This is the conversation I expected to have with her when I saw her, but I guess we get it through the completed job interface instead. That's fine. That's A-okay. Let's look at the Shadowland BBS. What have we got? Police shootout in Victoria Harbor. Yo, this again? Know a lot of you interested in that 50,000 the HKPF is promising in connection with the terrorist cell they're hunting, so I've been digging around for some better information. I think I've got some stuff of value. Do you, Wharf Rat? Because if you do, I'm gonna pay a visit to your house. You may not like the results. Turns out they had a handler here in Hong Kong by the name of Raymond Black. Oh. You know something about Black. You don't know anything about Black. Too bad. The HKPF tried to take him into custody the day before, but were forced to kill him in a shootout. Looks like Black and the terrorists are members of the White Star group out of Henan. Isn't White Star all about restoring Imperial China? One of those terrorists they killed was obviously North American. Why would she be helping a pro-imperialist group? You got money, you can buy any kind of person you need. You're on Shadowlands, Omae. You should know that. Omae, really? Why is everybody Japanese in this game? So what do we know about Black and his band of thugs? Even the people who are, like, explicitly Chinese are Japanese. Why would you do this? Anything we can use to track them down? The data I've been able to dig up says that Black was from Henan and was distantly related to the royal family? Are you kidding me? He spent a couple of decades in Seattle making connections in the shadows in preparation for an attack on the Free Enterprise Zone. Wow, they've really gone all out making up a backstory for this. Attach some dossiers on his remaining agents. You sift through a long stream of data detailing who you and Duncan are. While the general details about your name and life are correct, many of the small details are wildly inaccurate. You are listed as having lived in Laos for the past 4 years, while Duncan is noted as having spent most of his life in prison. You move on to peruse Gobbet and Isabel's ostensible biographies. The dossier lists Gobbet's real name as Yu-Chun Gui, and her place of birth as Xian Shangzi. According to the contents, she is 23 years old and served with the Baihu corporate military, until conviction for insubordination led to her dishonorable discharge. While you can't be certain Gobbet doesn't speak Mandarin, the idea of her being in the military, any military, is downright laughable. Agreed. Isabel, in turn, is listed as Fatima Abukar. Apparently, Isabel was educated at an early age in terrorism and piracy by the revolutionaries of the Ethio-Malian territories, and is wanted in connection with the bombing 2052 bomb attack on the French embassy in Johannesburg. Given that you know that Isabel grew up here in Hong Kong, this information appears to be as laughably inaccurate as your own dossier. Yeah, that sounds about right. Posy Bash. Alright, folks, we're trying it again, this time under a super secret code name. There's no telling how long this will last, so let the bashing begin. Still trying to have a poetry slam, huh? Super secret code name? You just ran the words poetry slam through a thesaurus. Poetry, people, not complaints. A thief on the run, a silencer in the dark, the rat shaman lurks. Oh, we're maybe talking about something relevant here. Got one for the coyote shamans, too. An unbound trickster, this shaman fears no peril. Wily coyote. On a roll, Jivey. Here's another one if Mad can stand it. Pulses of light glance off bright chrome. Translucent spheres encase my treasure. Mirrors and tubes in neon implode. Another day in the Matrix. What is this free poetry? Alright? This is even worse than the doggerel you were posting before. Hey, I can do traditional. I happen to prefer the haiku because less typing. Gossamer tresses, infinity in your gaze, very pointy ears. Why is it just haikus in here? Who is haiku high art now? Extra points for using gossamer correctly in a sentence. I like elves. It is my expectation that those kinds of people would be around, so good for you, I guess. Jive Bert is still the master of the haiku. In fact, oh, graveyard creeper, ashen skin, spindly fingers, and claws freak me out. We talking about the dreams, because I don't like that. Alright, Shakespeare's, this is strike 2. This thread is getting locked and you aren't doing this again, got me? This board is for deckers who want to talk shop. There are plenty of other forums that you can use for your stupid amateur poetry. I'd suggest you go find one. Why are they so mad about poetry? Top shelf sublet available immediately. Like the title says, good location, cheap rent, serious offers only, please. What do you mean by top shelf? Is it a fancy corp condo? How'd you manage that? Nah, man, it's literally the top shelf of the converted maintenance closet I live in. Ah, actually a rat. You're joking. No joke, it's cheap and the location's good. Right near the Temple Street Night Market. And it has super fast access, just in case you need to get in and out of the Matrix quick. Not the sort to ask questions. There's just about enough space to stretch out your legs lying down. There's a ceiling hook for your gear. What do you say? Wow. That's, not enticing. I don't know, I need a place, but still. Shelf in a shared closet? Screw that. I've got a sweet pad to rent that you can have all to yourself. It's not Victoria Peak or anything, but it's a bargain. Where's it at? Kowloon Walled City. One of the new construction units on the outer edge. I'll throw in a second ceiling hook. Deal? Okay, message me and we'll work out the nitty-gritty. Yeah, let's not be staying in the Walled City. Seriously? Walled City isn't that bad. My apartment is huge. It even has windows. I'll beat Harbor Rat's rent. In fact, just tell me what you want to pay. Hello? Yeah. Looking for experienced decker for a discreet milk run. It's never a milk run. On a supply house for purveyors of recreational substances. Potential for a longer-term arrangement. We are a team that's been together for years, running your basic heists and the occasional transport gig. We've got a reliable fixer and long list of happy clients. Requirement: you must have a good sense of humor. Hey, you willing to give a newbie a shot? I've been in and out of Matrix since I was in school. I raised some creds doing odd jobs, and I've got a hot new cyber deck that I'm itching to try on a real run. I don't know, man. Would really like to find a long-term decker, and you kinda don't know shit. You said so yourself. Sorry. I mean, it's a fair cop. Come on, you said it was a milk run. How else would a Shadowrunner start if not with an easy gig? Being upfront with you, doesn't that count for something? Fine, I got a test for you. You hack this guy, Captain Scone, and change his password to erotic massage. It's pretty funny. I'm on it, thanks. Done! Am I in or what? Say yes, say yes. What the fuck? Captain Scone's been got. Amazoon, may I introduce you to our rigger, Captain Scone? You'll make a fine addition to our team. Thank you, you won't regret this. Somebody's gonna regret this. Gotta stop getting people to hack me, Gimme, or you'll be looking for a new rigger next. You know that you love me. What a team. What a team. I don't think I have any pay data still. Yep. Okay, cool. Alright. So, that's good. Meet Kindly Cheng's friend. Yep. Get some rest. Sure. And then we have a, another mission. Do I want to talk to people? Maybe people have things to say? What's up, Duncan? You enter Wu's cabin to find him moving through some sort of stretching routine. His muscles ripple as he flows tranquilly from one pose to the next. You look different, Jim.
Do I? Yeah. Like I flipped forward a few chapters instead of turning a page. I mean, you look like you, just not the you I knew.
I have no idea what you're saying right now. He chuckles.
You sound like Lockjaw. Remember him? Never followed a damn thing I said. Good guy, but not big on the thinking thing.
Wu smiles. His teeth are perfect.
I'm saying that you look more mature. Like you know more now. It's written on your face. Takes getting used to. It's weird thinking that you have 8 years of experiences that I know nothing about. I used to know everything about you.
The corner of his mouth pinches tight.
Used to know how the world worked, too. At least I thought I knew. So what about you?
He gives you a once-over.
How are you doing?
Feel like an alien here? Kinda. Yeah. Same as always. I don't know. I guess this is like me... sort of the continuously evolving process of me generating a backstory for my character, right? How do I feel about this? This is the life I always wanted. This is the kind of thing that a video gamer would say, right? Like, assuming, like, if you look at it from the perspective of me playing this game like a video game, I don't need to be clicking things. What the hell? Like, this is actually what I've been looking for. I want to be a Shadowrunner working on gigs, right? So, from that perspective, yeah. But if I think about where I think this character is coming from, like, assumedly they haven't been a Shadowrunner before this. So, you know, they're doing new things in a place they're not familiar with. This feels a bit right. I feel like they're not too torn up about Raymond. I think they're going to be, like, confident in their abilities. But, like, also, just being in a weird place is weird, right? So, it's probably a mix of these two, a little freaked out and about how you'd expect. I'm not sure which I prefer more. I think this is going to lead to more interesting dialogue, so I'm going to click that one.
Same here. I may look like I belong here, but I feel like a complete outsider. Regardless, you're good at running this crew, Jim, but I still don't completely understand.
He picks up an ammo box and begins using it like a dumbbell. God. You goddamn stereotype.
What do you get out of being a Shadowrunner?
I get to hurt people for money. It's not the money. Freedom, maybe? I feel like given this character's history with Raymond and whatever, freedom is kind of a big deal for them. It's the thrill. I don't know that I really want to be like a thrill seeker kind of person. But I also like this one. It's about seeing how the world really is. But also, I think freedom kind of fits.
Sure you're not. Come on, Jim, think. Of course you're a cog. Everyone's a cog. Whether you're working for them, consuming their crap, getting brainwashed by news media that they control, voting for the people that they put in front of you, or being policed by the people that they own, you're a cog. And you're the lowest kind of cog. A Shadowrunner. A disposable asset. Sinless. Slithering through the cracks of society, doing jobs that are too dirty for the corps to do themselves. You don't even appear on a corporate balance sheet.
Runners can be more than that. They can move their own agenda, fight the power. I mean, look at what we just did in Whampoa. We, killed some corrupt officials and saved the life of a person who is going to be a pretty big asset to our team.
I never heard a story where a Shadowrunner did something other than kill someone, steal something, or perpetrate some other sort of shady shit.
Ah, but to who, Duncan? To who are they perpetrating?
But good luck with that.
Wu watches you, waiting for you to say something. Wanted to talk about you and me. He rests his eyes on you a moment, his face neutral.
Yeah, I guess now's as good a time as any. You start.
What made you decide to become a cop?
I needed structure. Bad. You know that better than anyone else. I was already hardcore when we met, Mr. Ultraviolence. I'd do anything to get a rise out of the guys I was rolling with. Gouging eyes, inverting knees, curb stomping. That shit got me cheers. I was like a pit fighter. Bloodletting for the crowd, and I learned to enjoy it. But I never learned how to block out the memories of their screams when I was lying in bed at night. The guilt started eating me alive. And then I was scared to be alone with my thoughts. So I tried to drown them out with all the things that you drown things out with.
Remember, you were pretty messed up when we met. Oh, so we're not actually brothers. We were just both adopted at the same time. Okay. I guess that's fair. Never told me that before. You seemed to have it under control when we were together. These are at odds with each other. But I'll believe that he figured it out.
It's funny how people remember things. Yeah, when we squatted together and later when we were living with Ray, I was still a violent son of a bitch. But basically under control. But that was you. You were the voice of reason, the brains.
Me? The brains? The brains of this operation? Listen, I can be confident, and I can make a decision, but I am by no means the brains of anything. Leader is not necessarily the brains.
Don't pretend you weren't the leader. You know how it was. When we ran the streets together, I was the muscle and you called the shots. You pointed and I hit. But later, after Ray got me some counseling, I realized I let you call the shots so that I wouldn't have to. Because I knew that what I wanted was wrong. By following your lead, I was deflecting my own guilt onto you. I could just knock heads and walk away clean. You know, don't look at me, I'm just doing what I'm told. And then you left. Without you there, I knew that I was in serious trouble. The poster boy for anger management issues. Raymond could provide a stable environment, a decent therapist, and money for prescriptions, but you know Raymond. He's an egghead engineer with a philanthropic streak, not a drill sergeant. And a drill sergeant was what I needed. I needed structure and discipline in a way that he couldn't offer me. I needed a cage to keep myself in line. So I found myself a cage made of rules and procedures and training. Lone Star. Raymond helped me with my application, provided a decent character reference. I got in, and it helped a lot. Lone Star got me where I needed to be. Now it's all gone. And you're back.
Yeah, Lone Star being all gone does seem problematic for you. Wu continues stretching.
Yeah, she was a good one. We were a real team. Joining Lone Star helped me in all sorts of important ways, no doubt about it. I really embraced being a cop. I studied my ass off. But no matter how hard I worked, I was never more than a model cop with a brutal streak. There were plenty of assignments that were perfect for a big, mean orc like me. Assignments that would have fed my need to hurt people. But I met Carter about a year in, and she changed things. She talked about values and goals and priorities and constructing the life that you wanted to live. She was a real trip. She sounds like a good woman.
Let's go with she sounds wise. He gets kind of uppity when we imply that there was anything going on between them that wasn't strictly platonic. He pauses his stretching for a moment.
Huh. Never thought about that word as a way to describe her. Wise. From an outside perspective, I guess you'd say that, but to me she was just, grounded. She knew who she was, where she was going, and what got her there. Carter understood how the world worked, but compartmentalized it so she could focus on making a life for herself that made sense. She kept me focused. When Raymond asked me to meet him in Hong Kong, I had a feeling I was going to wind up going off the reservation if I didn't bring Carter along. Now she's gone. Here I am.
Might be time to stop looking for someone to hold your leash, Duncan. Oh, Jesus. The military is substitute father. Wow. I've never heard it as that, but yeah, that's exactly the case. This seems like good brotherly advice. Time to make your own decisions, give your own willpower. I think, I don't know. I think it's actually important in a kind of know yourself way to look at your life, look at the decisions you've made, and realize where your weak points are. Like, if you look at your life and identify, I am bad at making decisions, I have low willpower, maybe the trick to there is getting better at making decisions, working on improving your willpower. But maybe the trick there is actually getting a better person to hold your leash, right? Like, know yourself, know where your weaknesses are. Maybe you can improve on them, maybe you can't. And not a bad idea for someone to just take the steps they need in order to make sure they have the life they want. Even if it is embracing your weakness rather than trying to shore it up. Seen a case of someone whose family was trying to get them enlisted for such an absence. They were actually rejected from every branch. Wow. They must have been a real case. So I don't think I want to put this on him. I don't necessarily think that it is Duncan's job to fix themselves in this way. It's a good idea, but it's not a short-term answer. And I think framing it like this is a bad choice. If I want to present this kind of route to him, I think it's better presented in this way. You can choose. You can make a decision. You can be the person you want to be, rather than the person you think you're going to be without that support. You sound like her now. With Carter, there was always a choice to be made. Positive action you could take. Wu folds his arms across his chest and nods to himself, satisfied. This feels like a non sequitur. Why is this suddenly coming up? Well, it is a question I can ask, so let's ask this question. Been waiting a long time to ask me about the night I left, haven't you? Wu chuckles and hooks his thumbs in his belt. I guess I have, yeah. It's about what you were doing before you got thrown into that corp facility. You said some people had messed with you and you weren't gonna let them get away with it. How'd it go? Let's just say they didn't get away with it. Leave it at that. I prefer to think that I won that encounter, rather than that I lost that encounter. I'm a winner. Whatever you say, Jim. Chromed up. What does this mean? With cyber? He shakes his head. Oh my god, how many times are you gonna ask me that? At least a couple dozen more times. You always have the best reactions. I told you one time I was thinking about it when I was 13. Let it go. Not gonna pollute my body with that shit. You? I'm a shaman, Wu. Don't tend to go in for a lot of cybernetic augmentation. Yeah, I guess you got a point there. That's a good thing, by the way. Better to keep yourself whole and in touch with the world around you. I may not have magic, but I know that's true. Okay. Did you ever think about when we were kids? He begins moving through some sort of pattern. Might be Tai Chi. I try not to. What are you talking about exactly? The time before we moved in with Raymond and Mrs. Maloney. The old gang. Yeah, the old gang. Sure, let's talk about the old gang. You realize that old gauge you're talking about were teenagers, right? Younger than Gobbet. Man, they felt so old back then, but Lockjaw couldn't have been more than 17, tops. And Double Tray was only 13 when... Double Tray. Wu stops moving, drifts off for a moment. Why were you thinking of them? I mean, I like this answer, but also I want to know what that thing DT used to say is. Wu returns to his patterns. He manipulates an imaginary soap bubble between his hands. Improvise, adapt, overcome. That's how you beat the street. I remember DT saying that. It was while we were living between the red-hot nukes and the 162s. Crazy-ass dwarf anarchists on one side and flesh-eating ghouls on the other. Those are the days that you long for? Long for? I think I don't long for those days. As much as it's easy to say, oh, things were simpler back then, I think I would prefer a different answer. It was you and me, Duncan. It was always us against the world. His raspy baritone fills the space between you, bridges it. Survive and watch each other's backs. Yeah, I know. Think about that last run. Don't ask me. It didn't take me on that run. Anyway, enough about that. Nope, we're good. Yeah, later would be good. Don't get me wrong, catching up is nice, but I'm not used to being as social as this. It's one of the reasons why it was so nice to work under Carter. We both appreciated long silences. I'll clear it out then. This feels a little passive-aggressive. Thanks. I'll bask in it. And, good talk, Jim. Catch up with you later. Actually catch up with you later. As opposed to never talk again. Hey, Isabel. What do you think about all the elders being dead? Isabel is jacked into the octopus. Her body sits inert, her breathing shallow. As you approach, an image blossoms onto the largest of the octopus's view screens. Whoa, that's cool. I like that. Hello down there. It's good to see you again. She smiles down on you from the monitor, her outline scintillating with blue-white light. She looks peaceful, at ease. Nice avatar. Good look on you. Isn't it? I've spent months customizing this avatar. Feels more real to me than my own skin. You feel really at home in the Matrix, don't you? You look happy. Suppose that I am. It's a comfort thing. As long as I'm jacked in, I can be whoever I want to be. Whatever I want to be. Out there in meat space, I usually feel uncomfortable in my own skin. The avatar offers you a lopsided smile. I'd probably just live in here if I could. I've heard about deckers who've tried it. Never turned out well. Dehydration is a bad way to go. I know. And of course, I was joking, but truth be told, I do spend most of my time out there wishing that I were back in here. If you were a decker, you'd feel the same. It's hard to live in a cage of meat when you know how sweet it feels to leave your body behind. She pauses for a moment, considering. Then her avatar shimmers forward, filling the screen. A slight frown crosses her face. You know, the lever. I've been thinking about the question you asked me a little while back. The one about the walled city. The one that I dodged. Can't live in a cage, man. Cage made of meat. Don't have to make a big thing out of it. It's fine. It isn't, though. Not really. I cheated you out of an answer that I owed you. For what it's worth, I wasn't trying to do that. It's just that talking about the walled city is problematic for me. I understand. I grew up in the Barrens. I know how hard it is to talk about this stuff. No, it isn't that. I'm not explaining myself correctly. It isn't that I'm tortured by bad memories or anything like that. The problem is that I can't remember my childhood. She mentioned this earlier in a different question. The walled city, that entire chapter of my life, is nothing but a blur to me. I can give you general information about life on the inside, but the specifics of my own experience are gone. What does that mean? Something like that. The avatar fidgets on the screen. There were a variety of factors in play. The upshot of all of this is there are things I can tell you about, but only a few, and only in bold strokes. Don't expect any personal stories. I couldn't share them even if I wanted to. So, the way that she fidgets and says something like that, it sounds like something in the walled city ate her memories. So if that's okay, you'll be satisfied with trivia and urban legends, we can talk. Just say the word. Otherwise, well, at least now you know why. How did exactly this happen? The Isabel avatar frowns. I'd rather not go into it. It's personal. Suffice it to say that I've never missed them. At least, not until now. I mean, I didn't mean to intrude, but this also feels like an important thing. Well, I guess I'll just leave that door open. She looks away. Great. I'll keep that in mind. She will never take me up on it unless I press her. Alright, well, anything you can give me about the walled city would be helpful. Alright, I can do that. Isabel's avatar turns, begins to pace on the screen. Where she steps, spider webs of light spread across the tiled ground of the octopus's sculpted matrix hub. When I think of the walled city, the thing that stands out the most in my mind is the legends, the mythology of the place. If I hadn't lived with them, I might have found those stories fascinating. The scintillating figure turns to you on the screen. Did you know that Kowloon Walled City is supposed to be cursed? That's what the locals believe. We had ghost stories and everything. Of course you had ghost stories. Every place has ghost stories. Spirits are real, Isabel. I can haul them out of the great beyond and ask them to answer your questions. Not the ones that we talked about. Our stories didn't concern city spirits or spirits of man or any other known supernatural phenomena. We had our own homegrown legends about demons from another place, imaginary monsters that haunted the walled city, the Yama Kings. Possessed by demons? No, not really. Probably be easiest to think of the Yama Kings as urban legends. Our own little pantheon of monsters and morality tales. Tall tales about things with claws to frighten ourselves with at night. The stories are still clear in my mind, even after everything that happened. Everyone in the walled city believed them. You can get out of the walled city if you make a deal with Fu Mang. Cut the hearts from the 44 people closest to you and bring them to him. He'll reward you with riches. This is a thing that everybody believes? How does anybody survive? Don't go under that arch or Quan Ya will catch you. The avatar grabs at the air, its hands leaving glowing trails as they move. She'll rip out your teeth, tie your tongue in a knot, and make you her slave for eternity. We had Qi Xiang, our own homegrown judge of souls. People would let themselves be flayed alive in hopes that he'd reawaken them in a better life. And we had Lam Vi, the Ebony Queen, who'd teach you to hide so well that you'd slowly mutate into a cockroach. You know, all of these things feel testable. Like, if you had any of these experiences, people would know? The avatar cocks its head, smirking, a dismissive gesture. It's all bullshit, of course. But everybody in the walled city believed it. If you're so convinced that these things are myths, why does everyone in the walled city believe in them? Because they're an excuse. Some of these sound like things people pay money to experience. Yeah, right? My parents and neighbors, their whole generation invented the things to explain away their own failings. I can't get ahead because demons are keeping me down. Woe is me. Woe is me. It's almost embarrassingly transparent when you really look at it. Lam Vi turning people into cockroaches. It's just a Kafkaesque trope layered onto a morality tale. Qi Xiang, he's just Anubis with a different coat of paint. And you know that archway I mentioned? The one that Qian Ya was supposed to haunt? I knew someone who found it. There was nothing on the other side but concrete. It's all superstitious drivel, the lever. The misery in the walled city isn't the fault of demons or devils. We created it, and we perpetuate it. We blamed made-up monsters for our own failings. There's nothing more pathetic than that. More like you're trying to convince yourself. Let's not get into amateur psychology here. We'll just talk about the shared dreams. I don't know. Mass psychosis, or maybe something magical is going on. But it isn't them. They aren't real. They can't be. Oh yeah? Then who ate your memories? Anyway, that's enough for now, huh? I'm sure that gives you plenty to chew on. My obligation to give you an answer is satisfied, I think. So let's talk about something else. Anything else that might help us? I don't know. Put some thought into it. Okay, good. On second thought, maybe I do have an idea. You open to taking on more work? Of course. Absolutely. This wouldn't be work for Auntie Chang. Think of it as a side gig you'd be doing for me. Ah, yeah! Character-specific storylines. I'm in.
Think I've got a line on some software that could help us. Can't get to it on my own, though. It's a two-person job at least.
And Casey would be okay with this?
Sure. What does she care if we pick up a little extra scratch on the side? I mean, I wouldn't go out of the way to tell her about the job or anything. But even if she were to find out, it's really none of her business. We're her employees, not her property. I have the run all planned out already. I've done the legwork. I know the location. I know the target.
Isabel seems more and more like Glory the more I talk to her. Burnt out the part of my brain with bad memories is from various sci-fi stories. Oh, yeah. I've definitely run into that before.
Just say the word and I'll send everything I have to your mission computer. You can look it over, weigh it, decide what you want to do.
Yeah, send me the file. The Isabel avatar closes his eyes for a moment, then opens it with a smile.
Done. You'll find the pertinent documents waiting in your inbox. If you decide to accept the mission, just check the box in the message documentation, and it'll ping my comm link automatically.
All right.
I'm sure that the briefing I sent you will satisfy your curiosity. Trust me, the lever. This is a good job with a solid plan behind it. You'll see as soon as you've read it. Speaking of which, you should go do that now.
When I get around to it. Any thoughts about that last run? She shakes her head.
Nope, sorry. Jacking into the octopus is how I relax after a long day of work. Some people go to sports bars or strip clubs. I do this. As a rule, I don't spoil my leisure time with shop talk.
We're already talking shop, aren't we?
There's a difference between the job and our lives. It's after hours, and I don't want to talk about work. So if you wouldn't mind changing the subject...
She left the sentence hanging. If you wouldn't mind changing the subject, I'm out of here.
Sure, drop by anytime.
Okay. Well, that was a conversation. So, Gobbet, how do you feel about this run? Gobbet looks up from a dented tin of oysters at the sound of your approach. Well, every time I run into her, she's cooking something else. Her rats, Madness and Folly, scurry from her hips up to her shoulders. Two sets of beady red eyes fix themselves on you. What's up, ratties?
Hey, Seattle. Oyster?
She spears a gray lump of seafood with a fingernail, extends it to you. It smells like low tide in a municipal pier. Well, I've already eaten presumably meta-human flesh. Might as well eat the oyster.
Sure.
You pop the rubbery wad of flesh into your mouth and chew. An explosion of lukewarm brine is your reward.
Good, right?
Half-repressed memories of dumpster diving in the Barrens dance a merry jig in your brain as the mangled oyster slides down your throat. I've eaten worse.
Exactly, right? May not be fine dining, but it's seafood, and it isn't made of soy. That makes it good in my book.
She tilts back the tin, drains the remaining juice, and then flicks it into the overflowing bin at her side.
So what can I do for you?
Oh, I want to do all of these things. How do you like life here on the Bolt Hole?
It's fine. Shaping up. Having new roomies is always nice. How are you enjoying your cabin? Comfy enough for you?
Isn't half bad. Better than some of the places I squatted.
I heard stories about the Redmond Barrens. Sounds like a real winner of a place. Kowloon isn't any better, of course. But at least our little slice of home is safe.
Yeah, I'll take the Bolt Hole over the Barrens any day. Yup.
That's the spirit.
A lazy smile spreads across her face as her fingertips brush Madness's back. The rat squeals and darts back into the safe haven of Gobbet's hair. Bolt Hole is a hell of a name.
Yeah, sure. Considered it a bunch of times. I never really cared enough to actually do it, though.
She shrugs.
You want to call her something else? I'm open to it.
Call her the Kraken. What a strong name. How about the Defiance? The Revenge feels appropriate. Dowager Empress feels like it's not going to go well with KC, so maybe we avoid that one. The Big Texas is completely unreasonable. I like the Kraken.
Aye, aye, Captain. The Kraken it is. She nods enthusiastically. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. I think that the others will be happy with it. I'm not having second thoughts. I am okay with his name. So, any thoughts about that last run? I don't get the Wampoans. I really don't. Isabella's about as close as I usually get to their particular flavor of crazy. You'd think with all that technology and backup they'd have been smart enough not to stiff a red samurai on payment, much less a ghoul. I don't know. For smart people, they seem pretty damn dumb to me. Not sure about inviting that ghoul onto our boat, but can't say I'm going to lose any sleep over the elders dying. We live and die by our reputation out here. Anybody dumb enough to pull a stunt like that on a ghoul, they might be dumb enough to have tried it on us. I just hope we made the right decision. So what else do you want to chat about?
Speaking of Shadowrunning.
Still remember that, do you? Huh. I just sort of assumed you'd laugh it up.
No dice, wizened mentor. You offered. Now pay up. She straightens.
Okay. How about this? I'll tell you a story about a run gone bad. You tell me what you'd have done in the runner's place, and then we'll compare notes on your answer. How does that sound?
Works for me, I guess. She sweeps a tangled rope of hair out of her eyes and goes back over one pointed ear. After a moment of silent contemplation, she bites her lip and nods.
Okay, so this is a story from early in my career. I was part of a team here in HK, but I did some occasional moonlighting for another group based out of Macau. I was a busy kid.
Early in your career, so you're what, like 12 years old? Her eyes narrow in mock indignation.
You say that like I couldn't have been. When I was 12, I could have destroyed you. Also, I was 16, practically an adult. You're an orc, you know how fast we grow up. Anyway, the job was a hit on this tower. Sort of a trid multiplex / apartment complex. I'm sure that they've got them in Seattle, too. You know the kind. 7 huge screens, monster concession stand, coffin apartments on top like barnacles on a whale.
Used to go to one back in Seattle. I'd believe that. She nods.
Good. You know what I'm talking about then. Our client wanted us to break into one of the apartments. The story was that an ex of hers, a guy named Boggs, lived there. She'd been cooped up with him until about a week prior, then things went sour in a big way. She wanted us to get back some things that Boggs kept when he kicked her out. Scare the shit out of him, bloody him up a bit, make it look like a robbery. You know the drill.
Sounds more like a job for thrill gangers than full-fledged Shadowrunners.
Yeah, it was a pretty bush league gig, but the pay was decent enough. Not the sort of thing you'd turn down. So anyway, Sibilance, that was our group leader, had a plan. We knew that we had to go in quiet because the Metroplex had a panic system wired directly to the HKPF. If we'd gone in shooting, we'd have been drowning in cops within 10 minutes. So I thought we could maybe take advantage of the apartment's terrible soundproofing and kick in Boggs' door when the movie got loud. We'd camp out near his doorway, waiting for the ceiling to start raining plaster, then smash our way in with his neighbors none the wiser.
This sounds kind of familiar. What does this sound familiar to? Is there no way that would work? I don't think the movies get that loud.
I don't know. It might have if things had gone different. But it's what we did, so pipe down and let me tell you the rest of the story. So we waited in the hall, just like Sibilance planned. We had a guy on the elevator, another at the stairs. I was waiting by the floor's communal kitchen. Sib took up a position by the door. She had these cyber legs that she dumped a ton of Nuyen into. Hydraulic jacks, strength enhancements, the works. Girl could probably leg press a dump truck.
She pauses for a moment.
Come to think of it, most of her plans involved kicking things. There's something a little sad about that.
Focus, Gobbit.
Right, the story, right. So we heard a boom from downstairs, felt the walls shake with the reverb. Sib wheeled back, gave the door a massive kick, just as she'd planned. From where I was standing, I couldn't really see what happened next. I could hear a massive crack as her boot slammed into Duraplast. The door flew off its hinges. Exploded off might be a more accurate phrase. A second later, we heard an ungodly crash. There was a moment of silence. Then Sib let out this little gasp. The apartment was in shambles. Looked like a hurricane had hit it. Everything was trashed. Everything but the door, which was miraculously still in one piece. Nice. Remember that this was a coffin apartment. It wasn't much wider than the door was to begin with. And Boggs, well, what was left of him was under the door too.
Well, you got the rough him up part right.
Yeah, unfortunately he wound up a lot rougher than he was supposed to be.
Her nose crinkles in discomfort.
That door really did a number on him. Ribs sticking out of the skin, that kind of thing. It was a bloody mess. So yeah, Boggs was dead. The stuff that we'd been sent to the apartment to recover had been smashed to bits. And then the building alarm went off. So that's the situation. Our payday's smashed. My temporary teammates are all standing around with stupid looks on their faces. The cops are coming. I'm standing by the kitchen.
She plants her hands on her hips, smiling.
What would you have done in my place?
Your group was trouble. Oh, your group was in trouble. That's a different phrase. Rallied with them, tried to help them fight their way past the cops and out. Sibilance created the situation. You weren't even a part of her team. You were subcontracting. I'd have cut and run. Damage control. I'd have looked for blackmail material to protect myself from a soon-to-be angry client. I'd have tried to improvise. Was there anything in the kitchen you could use to resolve the situation? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Okay, so this is not what I would do. My character is an upfront kind of guy. This is not the answer. So it's one of these two. Does my character feel any loyalty to the team that he's a part of, even if he's just subcontracting? Probably. Probably, yeah. Probably try and keep the team together. Especially now that I'm in this position of, like, leaders of teams. If, you know, they're going to be my responsibility, I'm not going to cut and run.
We had just been defeated by an inanimate object, Seattle. We got our asses kicked by a plastic door and the power of our own ambition. Fighting off waves of cops above a crowded movie theater didn't feel like the best of moves at the time.
So what did you do?
First thing that popped into my head. That's a lesson to remember, Seattle. The first answer that you've come up with is almost always the best you're going to have, so just roll with it. Don't second guess yourself. Don't hesitate. Just act. You'll live longer that way. As for what I did that night, well, I was standing by a kitchen, remember? I could have cut and run. Looked like any other street kid, I'd have blended in. But instead, I decided to stay and help my team. When I think crowded theater, I think place where you can't shout fire because it'll cause a panic. And then I thought, cops don't charge into burning buildings. They help people get out of them. And as it happened, I had the means to create real, genuine fire sitting right across from me. Pair of industrial ovens.
Set the building on fire?
I encouraged it to burn. Opened the gas vents wide, set the range on a timer. Motored back into the hallway. The others had started arguing amongst themselves. I told them to snap out of it and follow me down into the lobby. We had to clear the hallway before an errant spark took out the whole floor. Unfortunately, the rest of the group wouldn't listen. Sib and the rest of the team were too busy arguing about the relative merits of her let's kick things really hard and see what happens tactical system to want anything to do with me.
We're all pro-fire around these parts. I mean, it does result in some interestingly chaotic situations, I agree.
I shouted back to them that the kitchen was going to explode and continued down the hallway. Just like I'd planned, I got out of that run in one piece. So did every single one of the people in that multiplex. My fire plan worked beautifully. If the rest of the team had listened to me, they might have gotten out of the building too. Kind of a bummer that they didn't, but at least the run turned out well for me.
How?
Well, I couldn't collect any pay because the run had been a disaster. But after the explosion, I got to ride in the front of the fire truck. And they gave me cookies and a blanket. I wound up dating one of those firemen a few weeks later. All things considered, it could have gone a lot worse.
Wow! Gobbet is an agent of chaos. Gobbet claps her hands together and rubs them, a satisfied look on her face.
So, Seattle.
The laughter disappears from her voice, and her expression goes serious. It's like somebody flipped a switch. Suddenly the look in her eyes is shrewd, calculating.
Tell me, what was the moral of this story? What lesson was I trying to convey?
Fire solves all problems. Go with your gut, I guess? She nods sagely.
That's right. Trust your impulses, and don't be afraid to wing it. Almost any action is better than no action at all. Once you've committed to doing something, you've got to follow it through, though. No arguing or hand-wringing. Just do it. If you get caught up in your own head, agonizing over past mistakes, well, don't be surprised if you wind up dead. A kitchen fire can take you down as easily as a cop's bullet if you stand around and let it.
I might be having second thoughts about that name. No, I think it's fine. You certain that the rest of that team is dead? She shrugs.
They weren't with me when I got evacuated with the rest of the moviegoers. I never saw them leave the building. Haven't heard from them since. I guess it's possible that somebody made it, but I don't really run in those circles anymore. Odds are good that if anyone from the Macau team did survive, they'll have died off by now from sheer incompetence. Shadowrun is an unforgiving business. You don't get to make too many mistakes.
Okay, did any of that stuff actually happen?
Seattle. I'm hurt. It all went down exactly like I said it did.
She pauses.
Well, except for a couple of embellishments here and there. But they make it a better story. Artistic license and all that.
Gobbet leans back and stifles a yawn. Madness and Folly dart up to her left shoulder and lock their beady eyes on you.
Hate to break it to you, kiddo, but I'm beat. It's been a long day. Lesson's over for now. We'll pick it back up next time.
Watch who you're calling kiddo. I'm older than you are.
Yeah, whatever.
She makes a brushing motion with her fingers.
Scurry along now. Your mentor needs her rest.
Scurry along now. Goddamn rat shaman. Alright, next on the list is go talk to Ractor. Presumably, Ractor... Hello? Oh, that's go to sleep. Okay, sure. Presumably Ractor will have Gaichu hanging out with him. So we'll take a look at that too. But that will be on a future stream, since it is about that time. So, gonna do a big save here. Save that game. And quit out to menu. Cool. This is going well. I feel good about some of the decisions I've made, and also bad about some of the other decisions I've made, which makes this a real Shadowrun game.